Hello? Hold on. Hold on. Okay. I think that's it. Okay. So we got to Sunbreak last time. And then I was like, alright, I'm gonna, I don't know, quit. And then, what was it? Yeah, just like I got to, I guess, high rank 29. I ended up doing, because there was a Chameleos, like HR20 Chameleos quest. I'm still not, like, I haven't played this game in a couple days. And I didn't really, like, get familiar with this place. I don't know. Like, I like that everything, I don't know, it's like, it feels like a gathering hub, but, like, things are a little bit further apart, which, I don't know. Like, everything's all in one area, but I have to, like, run a little bit farther. Because then, like, I don't know, in the gathering hub, it's like, the quest is here, or the quest board, and, like, quest girl, whatever, are, like, right next to each other, and then, like, the food is, like, right here, so I can literally just, like, walk over and eat, which is kind of, like, I don't know, food's over here, so it's like, a little bit, it's a little more distance, so it's, like, not that big a deal, because it's only a little bit, but, the items guy is all the way over here when he would usually be here. I don't know. It's just like, it doesn't feel as cool as Celiana and Iceborne, or like, I guess other expansion, like, expansion places. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Like I played. I remember Generations Ultimate having like a new area. I don't know if older Monster Hunters did this, because I never, the only Generations, like Cross and Double Cross Generations Ultimate is the only time I played a Monster Hunter before its expansion. Before World and now Rise. If that makes sense. And I didn't play Double Cross. Like, I didn't play Generations Ultimate. I played Double Cross, the Japanese version, because they literally were like, yeah, we don't have plans to port Double Cross over. So I was like, well, then I'm gonna emulate it on PC. like I did the 3DS emulator. I don't remember which 3DS emulator, but, or no, the a Switch emulator. I remember it was probably Citra. I think. I don't know if that's a Switch emulator. I think it could emulate the Switch or something. I don't know, but either way. Yuzu? Is it Yuzu? I don't know. Whatever. Emulated that and played it for a little bit, but I didn't play it that much. Like, I played Generations quite a bit, and then barely played Double Cross compared to that. So I remember if I even got far enough that I would see, like, I don't think I got past high rank. What else? I don't know, but yeah, this place is like, I don't know, this place reminds me of like just Astera from World. And then like Celiana in World was like basically just a new, I mean, it was smaller than Astera, and this is smaller, or feels kind of smaller than Kamara, but it's probably, it might be the same size, because it has all this stuff like back on this side, but all this stuff on this side is like pointless. I don't know. But I guess like a lot of the stuff in Kamara is pointless. But I feel like the only really pointless place in Kamara is like the docks. Whatever. Anyway, I don't know. I guess I'm just not used to this area yet. And like I've been like when I was playing a couple days ago, I didn't want to. Oh, what's up, Honda? New streamer? No. Who is this guy? What do you? Did I do something different? I shaved my beard. No, I'm kidding. You're gonna ask me if I trim my beard like everyone else does? Kira didn't ask me yesterday, now that I think about it. But almost every time I see someone I haven't seen in a while, like in person, you were? No! Every time I see someone I haven't seen in person, they're like, did you trim your beard? And I'm like, no! It doesn't, it's like reached its terminal length. Haven't streamed I streamed like 2 days ago. The day before, or two, yeah, the day before yesterday. Because I didn't stream yesterday, because Akira was here, and then I didn't stream the day before, because I was expecting Akira was going to come over. Fake news. I literally streamed and you didn't show up, even though the day before that, you were like, oh my god, you're streaming, where's my my $5, I wasted it. 6 months ago. I did stream 6 months ago. Probably, what's today? It's July. Yeah, it was December. Maybe. Probably was busy around this time. But anyway. It was annoying though, because like he was supposed to come over the day before yesterday. But our water, like okay, so I'll talk about this. I have a white mage outfit on. I just have a, oh, in game? Yeah, kind of. There was another outfit that's like, I think more white magey. At least I was thinking about it as like a white mage outfit. Oh wait, oops. Hold on. This one, kind of? No. Oh, maybe for the palicos. Wait, what was that? Ew, no. Yeah, that one's gross because it's... Oh, it's the Ludroth one. This one is, where is he? This one is... I don't know if you remember the Monster Kizzy, but it's like the weird, like... Pale, like... I don't know. Penis-looking monster. And this is just made out of its skin, and... I don't know. I mean, all these are made out of the monster parts, but... It's a gross... I don't like the idea of that, that set. I think it is just like the Palico version that I'm thinking of. Or maybe the Palamute version. Hold on. What is this guy talking about? Whatever. Foreskins. Basically. Ooh, I gotta clear all this out. Exclamation points. Oh, I never looked at those. What? Oh, from Chameleos. I was like, how am I still have so many new ones? I guess I just never look at... I kind of like this. Wait. No. There's so many. Alright, where is the keys you said? Oh, well, okay. This one's a nurse. It's still gross because the the texture of the outfit. Even the syringe is like coated in its like flesh. It's gross. Silent Hill nurse. It's just a nurse. Not every nurse is a Silent Hill nurse. But it is like a Silent Hill nurse because it's gross and like fleshy like that. I wonder if it'd be easier to just like hold. No, maybe in the newer sets or in the newer ranks. Dude, I saw this. I mean, I see these all the time on Twitter. Like they're like, people like make these like, oh, pick one to, I don't know, like pick one from each row, or like they make these like blocks of like collages kind of, and they're like pick one from each row, or one of these has to go, or like whatever. And they're just like, what do you call it? They're just engagement baits. This looks like a white mage outfit. Because of the hood. It's still fleshy though, and it's gross. And I'd rather have Amy. But anyway, yeah, I don't know, I see them all the time, and like one of them recently was like, I hate him. I mute the account that like tweets him every time, because I'm just like, all right, this guy, because it's always like, I think one that was trending today was like from like a bigger account, like the dude had like 30,000 followers or something, but most of the time it's just like, oh, this guy's like 200 followers and he's just desperate for people to like, I don't know, give him likes and comments and stuff like that. So he's like, he makes a collage and just posts it saying, pick one from each row, or you have to get rid of one, or you can only keep 3, or like whatever. And they're always, I don't know, it's not always video games, but they're always really lame, and like some of them are just not, like some of them are done well where it's like, oh, you actually have to think, but some of them are just like, oh, like the one I'm about to talk about, this guy like made like a 3x3 grid, or like it was like 5x5 or something, it was big, or 6x6, I don't know, it's huge, but there's like a bunch of games in each row, and he's like, you can only pick one from each row or whatever, and like it was just not, I was like, what, like the first row was like, I don't know, like it's like there's an easy choice in each row that it's like, dude, what is, like, this is not like this, you like, what is this? You didn't even like try to like make it so that it's like, I don't know, 7x7, dude, maybe, no, I don't know. But one row was like Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 3, Fatal Frame 2, like a bunch of good games, 8x8 even. Dude, it might have been 9x9. I can't remember. No. But like every row was like, oh, like it was like the first row was like a bunch of just like random games, and then RE4. I was like, okay, RE4 is like the easiest. Like that's RE4 easy. Then the second row was like the same thing of like a bunch of just like random like mediocre games, and then like one really good one, and then then yeah, then he had a row that was just like Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 3, Fatal Frame 2, Resident Evil Village, like a bunch of stuff that I was like, okay, this one, like, I don't know, I would probably pick Silent Hill 2, but there's a lot of good games on this one. 10 white 10. Enough. Silent Hill 4, I think one of the rows had Silent Hill 4 on it too, but like it was just like this guy didn't, I don't know, he just like was like, oh, let me grab a bunch of like, I don't know, horror game franchises and like things like horror game adjacent, and slap them all together as I think about them, instead of like kind of like making the collage, I don't know, makes sense. But anyway, I was like, man, I really want to play Silent Hill 2 again, cause like, or like watch someone play it, cause that game's so good. It's like it's like, and like talking about the Silent Hill nurses now, it's like, dude, I'm probably gonna like look up, I don't know, a playthrough of someone playing through it. You should play it. Yeah, you should play it. You play it, stream it. I'll watch it. I wanna watch it. It's so good. What was it? Oh, what's up, Gabby? Okay. What was I talking about before that, though? I got distracted. Gabby would be more entertaining to watch. Gabby can't play old games like that. She's a zoomer. She's too, she can only play Apex and, I don't know. I don't know what other games Gabby plays. She should play, 13 Sentinels. Everyone should play 13 Sentinels. Fortnite. You do that? Everyone plays Apex. Apex is a good game. I was watching, a guy play Apex earlier today, because, I don't know, I was just like, I want to watch Apex today. A lot of YouTubers play Apex. Among Us, she's a child. What's it? I don't know, I've been thinking about trying out the Fortnite, like, no building mode, but I just, I don't, I haven't been in the mood to play a battle royale in like forever, so I just like haven't. Like if I get in the mood, I'll probably try it. But the other, I don't know. I don't like Fortnite's aesthetics. I don't like I don't want to play a third-person battle royale. Like I played PUBG for a little bit, and I don't know, just kind of didn't. Like I don't know. I didn't play that much of it. Akira. Apex was the only one that like got me. What? Playing in water in video games? You should play Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate. What game was I talking about? Oh, Silent Hill 2. When you showed up? Yeah, Silent Hill 2. Wait, okay. Well, okay. I'm gonna talk about the past couple days. So what's today? Tuesday? Sunday night was when Akira was supposed to come over. But our water stopped working, and he like, I don't know, he said he didn't even get back, like didn't get to Modesto until like midnight, and I was like, oh well, I don't know. I mean, he probably still would have wanted to come over if he could have, but I wouldn't have wanted him to come over because like he probably would have just went to sleep. Like he came over last night and he did go to sleep eventually, but if he would have came over on Sunday, he probably would have came over and fell asleep because we watched Battle Royale. No, he did come over yesterday. But he was supposed to come over on Sunday because like yeah, he was like when we were talking about it at first, he was like, can I come over on, or he's like, do you want to hang out on Sunday? And I was like, yeah, like you can come over and see like my new room that I'm about to move out of anyway. But Sunday, yeah, our water like we went to go see Nope, the movie. Didn't even tell Joe. We did, or well, we talked about it. I don't know. I wasn't sure if Joe was joking or not, but also it was like, probably would have been too late. Dude, Nope was so good. Well, so that's what. Okay, I want to talk about Nope last, so that I can spend a bunch of time talking about it. But Sunday night. So anyway, Sunday night, our water like I went to take the trash to the curb, like the can to the curb, and like behind where we keep our trash can is like the sprinkler system like controls or whatever, and it was like spraying water, and it's been spraying water for like a few days, and I was like, dude, let me deal with this. And so like I like tightened, like it was like a little knob that was like shooting, like water was spraying out from underneath it. What? Wait, what? That was cute. This girl, I don't know, I don't like her face. She looks weird. Like I like the other like Kamara's lollies, like Yomogi and the Candy Apple girl. They're like way cuter than this girl. But that was pretty cute. She's a butterface. Yeah. It's not even like it's not even the glasses. It's like just her face. Where's the bag? Oh god. Forest Village. What are you talking about? The Kamara Village? Yeah. This is the expansion place now. I'm officially in Sunbreak, the expansion. A Mash face. A Mash isn't ugly. She has Mash hair, I guess. Kind of. It just doesn't like. It's hard to like. You can't get close without it like doing that. She like fades out of existence. But anyway, this is Idleshire. I mean, this kind of is Idleshire because it's like expansion, like new hub. You think it is the glasses? I don't know. Because she does have like, I don't know, old lady glasses. That's how I think of them. The stupid quest board icon now. But I think her face is just ugly too. Because I think if you took the glasses off, she would still be ugly. Maybe less ugly. I think it's kind of her nose. I don't know. I gotta sneeze. Fairy Godmother from Shrek 2. Anyway. The sprinkler was going crazy, so I tightened it. It is the nose and glasses. That's probably what it is. They should just like fix that. Let me mod it out. I tightened the little knob, and this like the leak was like it stopped, but our sprinklers turned on, and I was like, that was weird. Like I just like tightened, and then all of a sudden the sprinklers turned on, and I like went inside. I was like, hey mom, I like fixed this like leak outside, but now the sprinklers are on. She's like, oh, they'll turn off automatically, and I was like, oh, all right. And then this was like around 5-ish or whatever, and the movie was at 7. So I was like, I'm gonna take a nap. So I took a nap, and I woke up at like 6, I don't know, 6:15, and I still heard the sprinklers on, and I was like, I went until like I was like, hey mom, those sprinklers. Like I looked out the window, and like, cause we don't have grass. Wasted all the state's water, dude. Wasted a bunch. Cause I was like, I looked out the window, and we don't have like a lawn. There's like a dude, this place sucks. So like we're moving on Friday, cause my mom was like, dude, yeah, this place sucks. Like they lied to us about a million things. They didn't tell us about a million things. All these things are broken and like wrong and like whatever. And so she just like was like talking with the like property management, like, hey, let me out of my lease. You guys didn't tell me about all this stuff, all these problems, and didn't fix all these things I asked you to fix, and like made it so we couldn't move in until like 5 days late, like all this and that, like give me my money back, give me my deposit back, and let me out of the lease. And they are. So she worked her like attorney, like lawyer magic. Yeah, exactly, dude. She like lawyered, like literally she was like she was telling me how she was talking with like this property management lady, and is like, hey, you know, like, let me out. And the lady like texted her like a picture of her like PC with like just like a Google search of like or no, not a Google search. It was like her having like it was like an online chat with an attorney or something about like, can she do this? Can this lady like break her lease and like get her deposit back? Like whatever. And the lawyer's like, no, she can't, but I'd have to look into it more. I need more like information and more time. Cause like the lady just like, I don't know if it's like their normal attorney or lawyer or something or what, but yeah, exactly. And she like just like she sent my mom that picture, and my mom was telling me, she's like, yeah, she just like sent me this, and I was like, oh my god, I know she's trying to like scare me or something, but like this is literally my mom is like a property like law, like property like landscape property, like all like just like basically anything to do with housing and building like houses and like all that stuff. That it's like this lady is like this does not know who she's talking to. Dude, my mom, yeah, she probably like tilted her head forward, pushed her glasses up, and they like had the little like gleam, and you can't see your eyes anymore. Dude. And like, yeah, exactly. So like, my mom was like, she's just like, I don't know. She said she was telling me, she's like, there's no way a judge would not let me out of this lease if we went to court like for something over this. And was just like, yeah, like she said she was like talking to the lady and was like, hey, if you want to take it to court, like I'm down, let's do it. I don't like, I'm not gonna lose. And then like, but yeah, like eventually they were just like, the lady my mom was talking to was doing that, but the lady, she's like the property manager, but then there's like the people who like own the house or whatever, or like the people above her were like, just let them out, who cares? Like my mom was saying, those people sounded like they were like, yeah, whatever, who cares, let her out. If she's like, if she wants out, let her out. But then my mom was also saying how like the lady who she was talking to was just like being this pain, and then was just like turned around and was like, hey, we need like an attorney to like notarize something or whatever, blah blah blah. Like they needed an attorney for something. And my mom was like, all right, well, here are my rates, and like told her how much she charges by the hour or whatever. And like the lady just never got back to her, because mom was like, yeah, they probably can't afford it. Like I don't even know why she tried, like why she acted like, oh, you know, we're cool, like let me ask you for help. All landlords in his sound as they were sketchy, including one for our apartment. I remember he was like German or something. Like he had an accent. but I never really interacted with him except for like giving him like the rent. Or when I was like calling about like those people below us like playing music, I called like a couple times and he was like, oh yeah, we'll send someone, like we'll have someone talk to them or whatever. And I'm pretty sure the first time I called they didn't talk to them, and then the second time they finally had someone talk to them. But I don't know, I don't remember if she's doing it again. But whatever, anyway, the sprinkler system stuff. Yeah, like I looked out the window, and so we don't have like a lawn, we have rocks, like a bunch of rocks, and like a piece of astroturf. That guy. And like I could see like the water was like flooding the rocks, and I was like, hey mom, these sprinklers are still on. And she's like, what? And like went and looked, and she's like, oh, like we went outside to like fix it, like to try and like I went to like turn the little knob back the way it was to like see if it would turn off the sprinklers, and it didn't work. Like I turned it to like spray the water again back to where it was, and the sprinklers stayed on, and then there was like this like valve in the ground near the sprinklers that my mom turned, and it turned off the sprinklers, and she was like, all right, sweet, they're off. And then we went inside, like I went inside to like wash my hands because I was like touching all this like dirty stuff, and the water wasn't working, and I was like, mom, the water's not working. And Lucas came out of the bathroom, he's like, hey, the toilet's not flushing. And my mom was like, what? So we went back outside, and she turned that valve back, and it turned the sprinklers back on, and I went inside to check the water, and the water didn't come back on. And I was like, we were just like, what the heck? And so like we're just like messing with all these like valves and like knobs and things, trying to like get the sprinklers, like, well, just to get the house water back on, because we're like, my mom was like, yeah, if the sprinklers are on but we still have house like water in the house, that's fine. Like I just want water back on in the house. But we couldn't, like nothing we did would turn the water in the house back on. We were able to like turn the sprinklers off, like we figured out like how to control the sprinklers on and off, but we couldn't get the water in the house to come back on. And I'm pretty sure it was my mom's fault, because well, yeah, because like we couldn't figure it out, and so eventually we were just like, all right, well, just turn the sprinklers off since we're not getting water in the house anyway. There's no reason to have these sprinklers running because it's not helping. And then she called like a plumber, and he came the next day, which was yesterday morning. He got here, and I was like, my mom was at work or whatever, so I was here to deal with him or whatever. And he was like, all right, so what's the problem? And I was like, so this thing was spraying out water, leaking. I tightened it down, and it stopped leaking, but then the sprinklers came on. Then we turned this valve to turn the sprinklers off, but then we lost water in the house. And then when we turned the valve back on to turn the sprinklers on, we didn't get water back on in the house. And he was like, all right. And he was like messing with stuff himself. And then there's a valve on this, there's a valve in the ground, and that's like, it's like, I don't know, like a foot away from the house, or like 2 feet away from the house. But then like coming out of the house, there's like this pipe with like where you would connect a hose to, but then the pipe goes down into the ground, and there's a valve on the side of it. So there's like the one you turn at the top to turn on the hose part, and then a valve on the side that, like, I don't know, turns. Well, I didn't know what it was until this guy turned it, and then the sprinklers came on, and he went over to the side of the house and like tightened the thing down, or like loosened it up or whatever to turn the sprinklers off, and then he's like, you should have hot water in the house now. So I went into the house and turned the faucet on. I was like, yep, we got water. And he's like, all right, that was it. It was just this valve on the side, so if you ever like need to turn on or off the water, just turn this valve here. And I was like, oh. And I was like, I remember my mom turning that, but I guess she didn't like put it back in place like the way it was at first, because that was it. Like the guy was like, yeah, this is, you just need to turn this. And I was like, oh dang, like it was that easy. And he's like, yep. And then I was like, do you need me to sign anything or whatever? He's like, nope, I can't really charge you for that. It's like, that was nothing. And I was like, oh, all right, sweet, thanks. And then he left, and I called my mom, and I was like, hey, this is what happened. And she's like, what? I'm pretty sure I turned that back, and like I turned it both ways, and the water never came back on. And I was like, yeah, but it was probably like, you probably had the one in the ground off or whatever, like, but whatever. Anyway, so like, yeah, so like, because that happened Sunday night or whatever. And like I was saying, Akira was supposed to come over, but I was like, dude, our water's not working. I wanted to take a shower. Like my hands are like dirty. I've been like not bathing, but like washing my hands, and like I don't know, anytime I wanted to like wash something, like wash my face or whatever, I was just using baby wipes. And I was like, I don't know, I don't like the feeling of baby wipes. I was like, dude, it's like I'm back in boot camp or like MCT or whatever, in the field, baby wipe showers, field showers, which like you still feel gross. Jerking off in bed all day, need to wash my hands. No. The water was only out for like, I don't know, maybe 12 hours. But it was still like, I was like, I wanted to take a shower before Akira came over. So I wasn't like, I don't know, gross. Canteen showers. I think we did that too. But it, like the main thing was like we would have like a pack of baby wipes with us to like, I don't know, wipe the sweaty areas. Get full naked. We would just, I don't know. I don't know, you were infantry, so you had like more in the field stuff, but we mostly just like, I don't know, like if we were gonna take showers or like, yeah, like it was like baby wipes or like, yeah, you could like pour, like use, I don't know, water in your canteen or whatever. But if you're gonna like, I don't know, use water, there's usually showers nearby. Prickly heat. My skin gets pretty dry. It's like, and it used to get, I mean, it's always like, I don't know, like it's annoying because like I sweat a lot, but my skin is like still just like super dry all the time, especially after a shower. Have I ever had that? I don't, well, not like sensitive skin. It's just been like dry skin. What was it? I was gonna say, yeah, you're saying like the nice of the guy to not charge. That's like, yeah, I was like surprised because there's something else that happened recently where we had a guy come over to like do something, and it was like something super easy, something super quick that I was like, kind of like, oh no, it was one I had to like, it was when I was having car trouble, and like I called like a tow truck to tow my car, and they were like, oh, do you want us to like try to jump it first? And I was like, oh yeah, sure. And then the guy tried to jump it and was like, oh, your battery cables are loose, like you should just get new like top posts or whatever. And I was like, oh, okay. And so I didn't get my car towed, and I replaced the post, and it didn't fix it. And I was like, man, this guy wasted like, I don't know, like it was like, that one wasn't covered by my insurance. But then I got my car towed the next day because I was like, man, I still need to get it towed, and that one was covered by my insurance. But it was like the guy didn't want to charge me because he's like, yeah, we didn't jump your car and I'm not towing you, so I feel like I shouldn't have to charge you. But then he called the tow company, like his boss. I was like, do I have to charge this guy? Like nothing, like I just like, I didn't do anything. And they're like, yeah, still charge him. He's like, all right. And he's like, hey, I'm sorry, I still gotta charge you because I don't know, like gas and all that stuff, like getting out here. Like he was telling me about like how he had to charge some dude like $80 to get like 2 gallons of gas or something like that. Oh wait, sweat blocking your pores. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I've never had that. Oh, okay. Oh, that's weird. I think maybe it's because like, I don't know, I'm like constantly sweating, so it never has like a chance to dry. So it can't block my pores. But anyway, that was Sunday night, and then we went to see Nope, like after turning off the water and being like, all right, we'll look at this when we get back, because we had to go see the movie. No, I mean, it's hot because it's literally temperature. Well, it's not even that, dude. It's not even that. It's like, I don't know, I've talked about it before. Like I just went to the doctor for like MEPS stuff, and they were like put out your hands. They like wiped my hands, and then like told me to turn around and like lift up my feet, and they wiped my feet, and they're like, yep, you got hyperhidrosis. And I was like, what? He's like, it just means you sweat more than normal. And I was like, how can you even tell just from like touching my hands and like feet? Like I'm sure they're like, I was like, how do you know I'm not just like anxious because I'm like standing in my underwear with a bunch of other random dudes in the middle of like, I don't know, like having a doctor touch me. It means you nasty, stupid. But I don't know. Then I was like, oh, I guess like I don't know. Then I like started to like pay attention. I was like, yep, like I'm pretty much always sweating. Not that I'm like drenched in sweat or something, dude. I think I talked about it before. There's like this one clip of a dude sitting at like GDQ or whatever, and like my armpits will sweat, but they don't get like, is it like I don't know. They get like I don't know, maybe like a little more than normal or whatever. But stupid. But I was watching this clip of this dude. He's like sitting in a chair and he's got his arms like this or whatever. So that his like arms, like his upper arms are like up against his rib cage or whatever. Like he literally would not like open his arms or whatever. And you could see like pit stain, like a sweat stain start to like form on his pits. And then like it's just like getting bigger and bigger. And like I don't remember how long the speed run was supposed to be, but like it like literally his whole shirt like starts soaking just from his armpits. Like I was just like, dude, like this guy, why wouldn't he just like lift his arms up so they can like, I don't know, air out, even if it's like sweat, like a sweat like spot or whatever. Like I don't know, nobody, like people like to like point it out to like make someone feel, I don't know, self-conscious, but it's like everyone sweats, like everyone's pits will sweat. It's not like a big deal or whatever, unless you like let it bother you, but whatever. Anyway, I was just like, dang, like my pits sweat, but I've never had that. Like I've never had that kind of a problem. My whole body, like I was saying, my whole body. So every time I like, right now my back's already sweating. It's not even that hot in my room right now. It's like, I don't know, it's not like warm, but it's not cool. But like my back's already sweating. But anyway, and my hands are already hands are sweaty. But they're always sweaty. Anyway, enough about sweat. Someone like Carlos, yeah, exactly. Someone who is like very vain will be like, haha, look, you got sweaty pits, dude. Do something about that. Change your shirt, put on deodorant, or like antiperspirant. Which I hate antiperspirant. Like I don't like the feel of like antiperspirant. I use just like regular deodorant. Because I'll still sweat. Like I won't sweat like where the deodorant touches, but I'll sweat like on the edges and around it. That it's like it doesn't really matter. It doesn't help. It just like itches and is very uncomfortable. But anyway, last night Akira came over because yeah, yesterday, like so yeah, Sunday night I was like, hey, you can't come over. Like the water's not working, and I was just like, part of it was like I just don't want him to be here with not being able to flush the toilet, so that we're just like both peeing in the same toilet on top of each other's pee. Antiperspirant's pretty bad for you. I don't know. I feel like I've heard that it's not good and like maybe like bad for you, but I haven't really looked into it that much. And like I was saying, I don't use it, so I haven't cared too much to look into it. But I wouldn't be surprised because it sounds like it's probably bad for you, like putting this thing on that shuts down or like prevents you from sweating, which is like you sweat for a reason. But yeah, so like Akira didn't come over Sunday. Well, he said he didn't get back till midnight anyway, and I was like, man, like if the water was working, I probably still would have been like, yeah, you can come over. After meeting Akira make pea soup, that's what would have happened if he would have came over, and I didn't want that to happen. But yeah, and then he was like, oh, like that sucks. Can I like, I mean, we can. Oh, he's like, you can come over here, and I was like. But like he said, I could come over there, and it was still like 10-ish, and I was like, well, I don't know what I said, but I was like, I don't know, like I still have to be home in time tomorrow for the plumber guy to get here, and I don't know what time he's supposed to come over yet, because like my mom had to call them in the morning to like see what time they could come over or whatever, and I was like, yeah, I don't want to like, I don't know, I didn't want to like go over there. Like hang out, spend the night, and then have to wake up and come back early, just to like let this plumber guy do his thing. And Akira was like, well, we can hang out tomorrow, or like, yeah, like tomorrow night. And I was like, yeah, that's better. The water should be back, and you can come over here, or I can go over there. Like I don't care either way. But anyway, then he came over last night, And what was it? We watched Battle Royale, which was like I haven't seen that movie since I was in Okinawa, so it's been like 10 years at least. And it was fun. I was like, I forgot how like, I don't know, maybe not fun. I mean, it was like fun to watch, but like I don't know, the movie's like, I don't know, it's good. It's not like very like challenging. It's pretty like, I don't know, like just like a action movie or whatever, but it's like it's the like concept of having like a bunch of kids have to like kill each other. You don't think you've seen it? It's literally what started the whole battle. I mean, I guess it's not what started the battle royale genre with games, because like the first like PUBG didn't come out until like, I don't know, like the movie came out in 2000, and PUBG didn't come out until like 2015 or 2016 or something like that, maybe later. 2013. Okay, wait. Maybe, oh, maybe that was the mod version or whatever. Or no, it's probably DayZ was like a battle royale before PUBG was, and that was 2013. Because I know I played DayZ when I was in Okinawa, so it was before 2013 even, but it wasn't the battle royale version of it yet. Yeah, I forgot like that. DayZ was like had a battle royale mode before PUBG like was a thing, and I think PUBG is the DayZ mod, but like I think PUBG took the DayZ mod and made it like a standalone battle royale game or something like that. I don't remember. It's all complicated and stupid, and doesn't really matter because the movie came out way before the games started coming out, but yeah, I don't know, it's just like 42 kids or something like that, all having to fight to the death on an island, and the last man standing wins. Hunger Games came out a lot closer to... Yeah, and that's what... We even like talked about that like right at the beginning of the movie, where it was like... Battle Royale, the movie, is like way more, has like a way more like interesting setup, and it's not even that like complicated. It's literally like adults are just like this adult and military like group. Like the government is just like, you know what? Every now and then we just have to like have a bunch of kids kill each other, because kids are like, I don't know, they're not we need to punch them, teach them a lesson, because they're getting unruly. Americans just rip off Japanese. That's what, like, all those like horror remakes, like when I watched all the originals finally, like The Grudge and The Ring and all that stuff, I was like, man, I don't even remember really watching, like I remember watching the American remakes of all these horror movies, but I don't remember much about them except for just like the infamous scenes that the main like scary things that like they basically were like, hey, this Japanese movie did this thing, and there's like this like famous part of the movie, let's just like make a remake of it so we can make that part again. Like that's what it felt like after watching the Japanese remakes. Japanese remakes, the Japanese originals. I was like, man, like these movies are like, I don't know, like more memorable than the American remakes, in that like, I don't know, I like feel like I got way more out of it than just like, oh, I remember the part where like the little boy like opens his mouth and it's just like the cat sound or whatever, or the girl crawling out of the TV or like whatever. Hollywood, exactly. Anyway, but yeah, we're talking about like how Battle Royale, it's just like, it's literally like, I mean, it's not very realistic of just like, oh yeah, the government and adults are sick of kids being punks, so they just have a bunch of kids kill each other so that they kind of like learn to not be punks, realize like they're not, I don't know, in control like they think they are. And then the Hunger Games has like this like weird like ritual setup that like, I don't know, nobody cares about, and like I'm sure like I know there's Hunger Games stands, and like there's like a whole series and stuff like that, so it's like good enough that like people fall for it, but it's still like, it's very like, I don't know, it feels like I I don't know, a lot of stuff feels like this. It's like, it just feels like fandom, like very fandomable, like easy to make a fandom around, and that's what kids love these days, is just like making media their identity. um, but anyway. Also, Hunger Games is like, yeah, I don't know, it's like way more drama, and like it's trying to be like way more than Battle Royale. Battle Royale is just like, here's Battle Royale, and Hunger Games is like, well, we're gonna take that and try to like make it extra complicated and extremely uninteresting. Wait, extremely influential in Southeast Asia. Little three. Oh, wait. I feel like I've seen that, but I never really thought of it as like related to that, or like, I don't know. Yeah, I never associated it with that. What? That sounds so lame. Like, I get what they're saying, but Hunger Games is so lame. I don't know. I feel like you should pick something better. Anyway. Then, yeah, we watched that movie, we watched Battle Royale, and then we played, like, some fighting games and Puzzle Fighter, because they had the Capcom fighting game, Capcom fighting collection. And I was like, I haven't touched this yet, but it, like, Akira was like, can we play something, like, something together, like, whatever? And I was like, oh, yeah, like, whatever. We can play this, play that. So we played that, and then he took a nap, because, he was tired, which is, like, I knew it was going to happen. Milk Tea Alliance. 2014 Sunflower Movement. I remember that. Milk tea is good. Anyway. That still sounds so lame. I don't know. But I don't know. I feel like Southeast Asia is like, or South, I don't know, it's weird. They are like influenced by like Western media and stuff like that in a way that's like, or like, I don't know, influenced, not influenced. Well, yeah, influenced, but also just like into like some like Western things that like even Western people aren't into as much. Like there's VTubers, like Western VTubers, like English speaking VTubers that are just like not even like adored, like they're just like Chinese and like Thai and like Filipino, like Indonesian, like all these like Southeast, well, I guess China's not Southeast Asian, but like China's like a big part of it, but like all these like Southeast Asian like fans who are just like obsessive over these like VTubers in a way that like it's like weird compared to like the West, like Western, like actual English speaking, like, well, I guess these like Southeast Asian people are also English speaking, but like people whose like native language is English. That's like, yeah, that's what Akira did. Like he came over, we played games until like, he came over like I went to pick him up because I'm only like 10 minutes away from your dad. But I went to pick him up at like 10:30ish or whatever. And like by the time I got back, it was like, well, I went to pick him up and he was still packing his stuff up, and I was like, dude, you've had so much time. So I had to like go inside and wait for him to pack up. And then it was funny because like I went inside, cause like I pulled up and I was like, hey, I'm here. He's like, come in. And I was like, okay. And I went to the door, like knocked, and I stood there for like a minute, and then knocked again, and then Cynthia let me in. I was like, what the heck? Akira like told me to come in, and, like the door's locked. I can't just come in. And then he's not even gonna let me in. Like, and then like I don't know, I said hi to Cynthia and your dad, and went to the back to hang out with Akira, and he's just like, there's stuff, like his suitcase is open and there's stuff everywhere, and I was like, this guy, and he's talking to Aya, and I was like, dude, he's like not even, why did I, oh wait, oh okay, it's because of Hollywood, literally Hollywood. It's like weird to like realize how much like power Hollywood itself like actually has in like the cinema world. But yeah, dude, typical Akira. But it was funny because like he finished packing all his stuff up, and like apparently he got into an accident, like a car accident at some point, sometime recently or whatever, And so your dad is like doing some work on his car, like I don't know, body work or something. I don't know. And it's gonna like either, I don't know if your dad's gonna paint the car or if they're like just like figuring out what color paint to use. But they're like asking me like what my opinion was on the colors that they had. I like were like thinking about or whatever. But anyway, when we're getting ready to leave, both Cynthia and your dad were like, yeah, dude, like literally every time I go to like pick, I don't know, like go to your guys' dad's house, like do anything, like pick someone up or hang out or whatever, like we're gonna go somewhere, do something, Akira's car is like always there, like up on blocks or something. And it's like, dude, what is going on? Yeah, we're like getting ready to leave, and we're like Akira's like putting his stuff in my car, and like Cynthia and your dad are like they just like start grilling Akira on his driving abilities and stuff like that. It was pretty funny. We sat there for like 5 minutes, and then they're just like, yeah, you know, you just need to like, you know, be a little more aggressive, like, cause like you drive fine, but like when you're changing lanes or like starting to like make any kind of move, you're very like slow about it and like blah blah. They're just like, they just went on like for 5 minutes straight, just like. It was funny. And then they were done because the kid was like, all right, like enough, let me go. And they're like, all right, now you re-go. And I was like, no. And then we all laughed and they let us leave. But it was funny because like we were just like beta cuck. That's exactly what your dad said. No, he was just like, because he was well, I mean, Akira did it to himself because he was like, yeah, Aya says the same thing, blah blah blah. And then that like let your dad just kind of like be like, yeah, you know, she's right because like this and that, blah blah blah. And like it's just like, it was pretty funny. Akira kind of did it to himself. But anyway, yeah, then we got back to my house, and I had a family fun with your family, and you haven't seen this. They're gonna adopt me and kick you out. Oh, dude, I felt bad. Well, not like I didn't feel bad, but like Cynthia was like, she's like, are my kids like paying you for, you know, doing this for them, like taking them to the airport, driving them around and stuff like that? I was like, yeah. Gabby gave me like $20, like it's fine, they cover for gas, it's not a big deal. And she's like, all right, just make sure Akira does, because I know he doesn't want to, like make sure he does. And I was like, I will, don't worry about it. Yeah, see, I'm slowly replacing you, Honda. But anyway, step bro. You're stupid. Like Cynthia kept like being like, no, make sure my kids are like paying you back for gas and things. And I was like, yeah, it's like, I mean, it's not a big deal anyway. Like I mean, gas is I don't know, gas is expensive now. Well, I mean, it's getting better, I guess. Like it's a little bit cheaper where I am now than where we were in Manteca. But like I've also been seeing the prices just be lower in general. But I've also seen the prices be high again, that I'm like, what the heck? But anyway, I was just like, yeah, no, don't like. I'll make sure I get my money's worth out of Akira. And she's like, okay, just want to make sure. And then we were no step bro jokes. What was it? I got distracted. Hold on. Oh yeah, like when I was waiting for Akira to like pack his stuff or whatever, Cynthia came to the back and was like, here, and she gave me money to make sure. She like, here, because I know he doesn't want to, and I just want to make sure you get it. And I was like, all right, thank you, Cynthia. And then I was like, why are they? I don't know, family moment. There you go. Yeah. Wait, stuck in your wife? No. What was it? Spanking necessary? No. Well, at least not for me. Oh, dude, it was so weird. Never mind. I'm not gonna talk about it. I'll tell you guys later in like Discord or something at some point. But like Akira was talking to Aya, and the conversation went weird, and I was like, all right, I don't want to be a part of this. Let me out. Okay. Sudden attention since maybe they're like, you know what, we need Akira to have a new big bro. You want to know? I'll tell you guys later. You just gotta remind me, because I don't know if Akira would want me to talk about it on stream. Like I would be fine. Like I want to say it to like embarrass him, but I also don't want to because like it might be too embarrassing. It's not even that it's not even that it's that embarrassing, but it's like I don't know. Maybe kind of private. But what was it? Oh yeah, whatever. Anyway, he came over and we watched Battle Royale, played some games, and he took a nap, and then he woke up and he got ready and we left, but then he fell asleep in the car. Oh, he also got come over here begging. No, I mean it wasn't like that, but it was like I don't know. I want to say related, but if I feel like saying it's related makes you think it is like something like that. It's not. I mean it's like barely related kind of to that, but not not like that. I don't know how to explain it. I'll just tell you guys later. Relax. But anyway, yeah, like like when I was driving him, because the reason he took a nap too was like he's like, oh, I'm gonna take a nap now so that I'll be awake for the car ride, and then he was awake for like the first like 10 minutes of the car ride and then fell asleep, which is like fine. I was like fine, like I didn't mind, but I just thought it was funny that the reason he went to sleep was so he wouldn't go to sleep in the car, and then he went to sleep in the car. Just gonna say it by accident. That's why I'm trying not to talk about it anymore. Anyway. Oh, but yeah, before he fell asleep, we're explaining, giving it away. I didn't give it away. I had to take him to the Sacramento airport, which, is like just as far as the, SFO, or at least it would have been like just as long. I don't know if like distance wise it's the same, or I think it's like, I'm sure SFO is farther, but, it still took an hour and a half to get to the Sacramento airport. Easier, kind of. I don't know. There's like a bunch of construction on the way that was like a little annoying. Like it didn't like slow us down too much or anything, but it just like made the lanes like there's like less lanes, so it was just like way more cars, and I was just like, man, it's annoying. But what was it? Oh, he before he fell asleep, he was playing FGO. He was playing Fate on his phone. Excuse me. Okay. And he got another Summer Abbey, and I was like, dude, what the heck? He got MP2 Summer Abbey. Just like randomly, like he was just like, oh, I got a ticket or like whatever, St. Court's to roll, and so he rolled and got MP2 Summer Abbey, and I was just like, man. I had to work so hard to get MP5, and you're just like willy-nilly like getting MP2. Dude, it's been an hour. I haven't even played the game yet. But I'm not done talking. I still have to talk about Nope. So anyway, all that was just like to get all that out of the way so I can talk about Nope. Dude, it's so good. You guys should go see it. I'm not gonna like spoil it, but it was really good. Dude. Kieran needs to stop. He needs to get away from Abby. I told him like I was like, yeah, she's like, I was like, you got MP2 of like one of the worst servants one of the worst 5-stars in the game. He's like, wait, really? And I was like, yeah. He's like, why? And I was like, just like told him how like her niche isn't like, I don't know, like she's not that, like she's good at it, but like there are servants that are better at it. So it's like she's not like she doesn't really fit anywhere. Like you don't roll her because she's a good servant. You roll her because she's Abigail. You roll her Altria. I know I have like a bunch of servants that are like that. I mean, it would have been me with like Osaka Behime. She's not particularly great at anything, but I just like the character and I want the character. But what was it? Oh no, dude, it's so I don't know if you guys have seen Get Out or Us, but Nope. I think Nope is better than both of them. Nope is, well, it's also like more my like kind of horror, and it's hard to it's hard to talk about it without spoiling it, but it's like it's very good. And I don't know if you've seen Cabin in the Woods. Like it reminded me of Cabin in the Woods, like very like gave me very like Cabin in the Woodsy vibes in that like without like spoiling it, it's like it starts out as horror and then kind of like becomes less scary and like the genre kind of like changes. Yeah, it's Jordan Peele, and it's like it's just as good. It's better than I think it's better than Get Out and Us, and those movies are both very good. I think Get Out's better than Us, but what Us does is kind of what Nope does, but Nope does it better. In that it's like, oh, it starts out with this like scary thing going on, but then you kind of get like it doesn't like it kind of like changes genres where it's like less about being a scary movie now and just kind of like I don't know, like it's like Nope goes from like horror to kind of like not like comedy, like it's not, and it's like there it just becomes more lighthearted and like that's why I was saying it's like Cabin in the Woods, where like Cabin in the Woods is like kind of starts out as this horror movie that's kind of like a campy horror, and then has like this turn where now it's like this like the people are fighting back, but there's like this like weird twist to it that like you realize like the monster stuff is like it's not what you thought, and that's kind of how Nope is. And like if you watch the trailer for Nope, you kind of get like when I watched the trailer for Nope, I like the final trailer because I'd seen like other trailers before that. I was like, oh, I want to watch this movie really bad. Oh wait. Best movie to freak you out at night in a half peeled wallpaper room. I don't know. Like what kind of freak out? Oh, I did watch. I watched Poltergeist. I was talking about it in my last stream that you weren't there for to hear me talk about Poltergeist. Because I did watch that. A few like the day before my last stream, or like the day of my last stream. Scared of shadows. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Whenever I want to recommend a like scary movie, I always recommend The Thing. But it's not like that kind of a scary. It's not that kind of scary. But watch The Thing. The Thing, 1986, I think. Because there's like a remake, a more recent remake that's not as good. It's not as scary. I liked it, but it wasn't like, it didn't live up to the original. Oh, hold on. Watch Cairo if you want. It's Cairo. This is a Japanese title. Pulse is the like English translation. It's a Japanese movie. Watch that. That's like, I think would be like scary like that, because that movie is very like that's literally like shadows. Like you should watch that. That's the movie. Or Dark Water. Dark Waters. I don't know. Those are both Japanese movies. Old House with Creepy. Oh god. That's like kind of like what makes Poltergeist scary. Paranormal Activity. Oh, that one's a good one. That's a good one too. Okay. Oh, well, yeah. So Us, like, yeah, I liked Us, but I didn't like it as much as Get Out. But I liked it. I liked it because like, and like, it's the same thing with Nope. I've been seeing people who are like, oh, like Nope sucked because like, I don't know. I think people like the complaints are the same complaints that I saw for Us, where they wanted it to be this like scary movie all the way through. Yeah, I'll tell you about Poltergeist in a second. Where like Us, like it's scary at first, but then the family like starts fighting back, and like it like becomes like a little like jokey, not even like silly, but like I was talking about it the other day after I watched it, because I hadn't seen it until a few days ago, like last Monday or Tuesday. I think it might have been Tuesday, but whatever. Anyway, or Wednesday, I don't know. But like I'd seen Get Out, but I hadn't seen Us, so I was like, I want to watch Us, and then I watched Get Out again because I was like, I might as well watch Get Out, because I was just like, I wanted to, I don't know, be in the mood. Like I was in the mood for Nope. I was like excited for Nope. So I was like, let me watch these movies, because I haven't seen Get Out in a bit, and I haven't seen Us. Dude, that's what, yeah, like that, and that's what I was like when I was reading all these people's like the people complaining about Us and Nope, and like having the same complaints. I'm like, dude, these people are like, they just can't enjoy a movie. They're like, they're like, I came here to watch a movie like a scary movie, and if it doesn't just like do that the whole way, I hate it. And it's like, well, what do you like? What do you want? Because like that's one of the things I was talking about after the movie. I was like literally talking to my mom and my brothers about it in the car ride home. That I was like, dude, it's like Jordan Peele understands horror, understands that horror as a genre is like done. It's like it's hard to make a scary movie that's like scary all the way now, because like everyone's just like eventually you just have to resort to jump scares, and like because like once the movie goes on long enough, you just stop being scared, and that's the problem with the genre. And so he's realized that, and it's like, you know what, then we're just gonna like, we'll change it up halfway through and like make it, you know, it's not just like scary all the way through. And like, but he's still like, it's still good. Like Us is still good, because like it's not like, it doesn't give up. It doesn't like, it's not like, oh, you know, since we can't be scary anymore, we're just gonna be a comedy now or be an action movie or whatever. He's still like, there's still stakes and stuff like that, and it's not, it doesn't give up. And that's what Nope does too, is it's like there's like a turning point where it's like, okay, it's not scary anymore, but there's still danger and all that, and there's like new stuff on top of it. And Nope also does this thing. It has like a subplot is like the word for it, but it's like a side subplot where it's like it's related to the main movie, but it's like it's kind of like a flashback and like all that, and that like it's not, it doesn't really have like an effect on what's happening in the movie. It's just kind of like backstory explaining something and why a person is the way they are and why they're doing what they're doing. But it's not like but that itself is also pretty scary in a different way. Like that's the story that's telling is like terrifying in its own way, separate from the main movie. Gotta get creative, exactly. And that's why I like a lot of horror movies. That's why I don't like a lot of horror movies that come out nowadays. I'm just like, yep, I went and saw, you know, this horror movie, or I watched this, like I was saying with Shudder, like the subscription service, how they have like all these horror movies. Like I watched like so many, like when I had my subscription for like a couple months, that, and I was just like, dude, I watched like, there's like, I don't know, I watched like a ton of stuff that they had, and a lot of it was just bad. It's just like either like, I don't know, just get sick of it and turn it off, or like fall asleep or whatever, because it's just like hard to do horror now, because like I was saying, because everyone, like, I don't know, it's hard to just like have a scary movie for 2 hours straight. So you have to like, yeah, you have to get creative, you have to do something different, which is what Jordan Peele has been doing. And that's why I was like, after I watched Nope, I was like, dude, I'm really excited for Nope. Or after I watched Us, I was really excited for Nope. I was already excited for it. And like, I was talking about the trailers. So watching the initial trailers, I was like, oh man, this is interesting, I want to watch this. And then I watched the like the final trailer before, like they released their like final trailer, and I watched that, and I was like, it like got spoilery in a way. I was like, oh man, like I paused it and like closed it. I was like, I'm not gonna watch it. Like, dude, I got spoiled. That sucks. Like I didn't want to know that. And then when I went to watch the movie, I had this kind of like expectation in my head about like where the movie was going, what they were gonna do, and it was like the trailer was misleading, because I was like, wait a second, dude, they set it up in a way that makes you think all this stuff, and like I thought I got spoiled, and I didn't really. And I was like, dude, what the heck, I got played, I got tricked, and I didn't even finish watching the trailer, because like I was saying, there is like a twist, like a, not like a twist like a M. Night Shyamalan twist, but like a twist in that, like it's like a turn, like the movie is like, it's doing this thing and then it changes to something else. And what it changed to was like there's like so many, like there's like a main twist part of the experience. That's, wait, what, the trailer, or getting like tricked like that? I mean, I'm like, I wasn't like mad about it. I was like actually like, I was like, dude, wait, I'm like, I was like kind of like annoyed with the trailer that I was like spoiled by like what the movie is and becomes. But when I was watching the movie, I was like, wait a second, they show that in the trailer, but in context it's like completely different. Like the context of the trailer is completely different from the context of the movie, and then in a way that I was like, wait, that's not what I thought was gonna happen. And I was like glad, I was like, sweet, like, because what they're doing here, like I was like interested in what they showed in the trailer, but what they did with it actually was way better. Like it, like in context, it like made way more sense, and like what, like, cause like it was like it was something that was like on my mind, that I was like, oh, they still haven't shown this part yet. And when it came up, I was like, wait, this is part from that trailer. Like, that's the girl from the trailer. And then I was like, oh, this makes, like, wait. So yeah, like in context, this, I was like, wait, that's why it is like, that's why it's set up like that. And I was like, dude, wait, no, this is like, the trailer made it seem like she was like evil or something, but in this part, she's not. And like it, but it makes more sense, and because you're like, oh, like, and it relates back to this like subplot thing that I was talking about earlier. That I was like, oh dang, dude, what the heck? That's sick. Oh yeah, dude, and that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying is like after, that's one of the things I was talking about after the movie. I was like, yeah, I watched the trailer and I was like annoyed that I got like spoiled on something, and then like when we were watching the movie, I was like, wait, that character isn't who they made her look like in the trailer, and like I got like it was like they set me up, and like they set me up with these expectations and then like subverted them. and like that was like the whole movie like itself too, of like I was saying, people were complaining because they're like, oh, like the movie sucked because it's just like, oh dude, there's this Logan Paul tweeted, he had like 20 points that he's like, these are my complaints. Like the movie, he literally said, Nope is one of the worst movies he's seen recently or whatever, or like one of the worst movies he, I don't know, has seen. And I was like, what the heck is he talking about? And I like read his whole like list of complaints, and I was like, dude, none of this, like, this is all stuff that's explained. Like he's like number one, they didn't explain this. Number two, they didn't explain that. Number three, this doesn't make sense. Like blah 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 blah. Number 4, 5, 6, like a 20 number long list of just like stuff that I was like, they explained that. If you paid attention, you would understand why this happened. Like blah 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 blah. Like literally, his first point was like, country's cultural center, dude. Well, like people were agreeing with him, and I was like, dude, these people literally just did not pay attention to the movie. Because like, so there's one thing, this is in the trailer, so I mean, I guess it's also like in the first like 5 minutes of the movie. The main characters, like, so the two main characters are like a brother and sister. Their dad dies, and that's kind of like what sets off like this whole like something weird is going on here. And he had a nickel lodged in his brain, like it shot through his eye and like went back into his brain and like killed him. And when it happens, you're like, oh dang, like how did that happen? And like the doctors or like whoever, like people were trying to explain it to the son, because the son is like, something weird happened there, and like they're like, oh no, like it was a prop plane flying overhead, it fell out and like killed him or whatever. And like the son is like, I don't buy it, like something weird is going on, and they're like making up all these like reasons for it or whatever. And like Logan Paul's first thing was like, how did that happen? Like they never explain how that happens. And I was like, dude, there's like a 10-minute sequence like halfway through the movie that literally explains it. Like it literally is just like showing how that happened. And like it's, and I was just like, nobody like sits there and tells him, there's no one in the movie is like, oh, this is why it happened, or this is how it happened. Like, look at this. That's how it ended up there. And I was like, dude, like people are stupid. Like they literally show you how it happened. Like not like specifically in his instance, but they're showing you the same thing happening again, but like not to the dad. Exactly. That's why his audience has always been 10-year-olds, dude. Like the people agreeing with him are like, yeah, it didn't make sense. Or like people who thought it made sense or thought they understood didn't get it. Like they're like, oh no, they said it was something fell out of a plane, and I was like, that's not. Like the whole point of them saying that was for you to be like, oh, they're lying to him, or they don't know and they're just trying to like give him some kind of explanation. But that, like, they literally show you, like, it's hard to say without okay, so this is how to say it without spoiling it. The nickel shot like through the dad's eye and went to the back of his brain. At a point in the movie, they show like nickels and keys and things like shooting into the ground, and they're like sticking into their house and stuff in a way that's like they're like shot and like stuck, like straight up like stuck. That it's like that's how it happened. That's like they literally show you that, and it's like you can that's when you realize like, oh, that's how the dad died. That one of those things shot, like he looked up and got shot with it. And like, but people, like I was saying, people who are like, oh no, they explained that. They said that there was a plane that dropped something overhead, and it's like, no, that wasn't the actual explanation. What do you like? What, you guys are stupid. But exactly, like it's like that's what I was saying is like people are agreeing with him. So like there are enough people who don't like the movie, and because of that, like something explained like that they're like, They did movie bad, dude. And well, like that was his whole list. Was just like misunderstanding stuff or not paying attention or like just like none of it was like valid. None of it was even like nitpicks that it's like okay, that's nitpicky, but like sure. Like it was just all stuff that's like no, they explain all that stuff and like you're just dumb. You just didn't pay attention. You just didn't get it. Like what? And it's not even like a confusing movie. Like I was saying, it's not like figuring out how the dad got killed isn't like confusing or hard. You just have to be like paying attention to the movie and seeing like, oh look, these quarters and nickels and keys and random things are like stuck in the ground. That's how it happened to the dad. He looked up as that was happening and got hit in the eye and died. Made up the focus groups that made the Star Wars sequels. Dude. Star Wars, yeah, the what do you call it? The most recent ones, right? Probably. That's what sucks with like I always like, yeah, that's my complaint about horror movies nowadays is like people like that are going to see these movies and like being the focus groups and saying, yeah, oh yeah, you know this sucked or this I didn't like this or I didn't like that or I wish I had more jump scares or whatever, and I'm just like sitting here watching the final product like, man, someone told this guy this is what they wanted and this is what I'm getting and I don't want it. But Nope is very good. I like recommend it. Like I don't know, it's one of the best horror movies I've seen in a while. And it's like cuz it deals with, and like part of why I liked it a lot was like I was saying, it's like it deals with aliens and like I like that stuff, and I liked like I haven't seen an alien horror movie in a while, and like or a good one at least. And the alien, it's like the alien antagonists, like the aliens itself, the alien is very good. It's like Lovecraft, like what they do with it, and it's like really cool, and like especially the way they end it. Like I was saying, it stops being like a horror movie like maybe like 3/4, no, like 2/3 of the way through, like halfway through actually, I don't know. But anyway, spoiling? Well, I'm not even spoiling. It's literally the trailer is like a UFO flying around and everyone's like, oh look, aliens. But like yeah, like even when like you're like used to, cause like that's like I don't know, that's like one of the things about like horror movies is like a saying is like don't show the monster. He shows the monster and like I was saying, you get used to it and you're like not scared anymore, but he still makes it scary. And like even like when the movie's not being the horror movie it is anymore or it started out, it's still like you're still afraid of it and afraid of what's gonna happen, because like yeah, I don't know, it's good. You should have to watch it and then you'll understand, because it's fantastic. What else? I guess that's it. Oh, Poltergeist. Dude, Poltergeist. I understood what you're saying when like you were like, oh yeah, it's probably not that scary. Like there's like scary moments, but it definitely is like once like the little girl gets taken, it's like it becomes less scary and is like now just like sad, because you're like, dude, this whole family is like they're depressed. Like they can still talk to her and she can talk to them, but like they can't reach each other, and like the little kid is like, I can't find you, I can't see you, and you're just like, dude, this sucks. Like this poor family, like they're not even like, they didn't even do anything wrong. Literally at the end of the movie is like they literally did nothing wrong. They just moved into a house that got built on a graveyard, and they just got lied to. Like the guy moved, like the guy, the dad is like screaming at that like real estate guy, and he's like, you moved the headstones but you left the bodies, you're stupid, you idiot. Like I don't know, it's just, but yeah, like it was I enjoyed it, I liked it. It was yeah, well, but like I liked the beginning of the movie isn't even that scary, even when the scary stuff starts happening, because like the family isn't taking it that seriously at first. Like they're literally having fun with it. Like there's like that moment where yes, the clown, the tree, the face part in the mirror, oh yeah, where the guy is like peeling his, dude, that was so gross. That one, yeah, the chairs, like when she turns around, like dude, that was like pretty intense. Like I was like That's kind of, I think that's like one of the moments where they like start to take it serious. Excuse me. Because ghosts. Well, like, what was it? Well, so in the beginning, excuse me, voice crack. In the beginning, they're like, like the ghost stuff starts to happen, like the poltergeist activity starts happening, and they're just like, whoa, look at this, look at that, like, there's like the earthquake or whatever, and the dad goes to work, and when he comes home, the mom, like, goes into the kitchen, and like the mom has like this, like, these like tape lines down and marks all over the floor and stuff like that, and she's like, watch this, and she like puts the chair down and it slides across the kitchen, and she's like, isn't that cool, whatever, and then she puts the little girl there and is like, watch, and, like the little girl sits and like slides across the floor or whatever, and then I think the dad does it too or whatever, but she's like, look, isn't that crazy, like whatever, she's like having fun with it. There's like a few other things that are happening like that she's like they're just kind of like, oh look, this is weird, kind of cool, whatever. And then like the chair thing happens where like the chairs are all like they're like, no, they're like, the table's in the center and the chairs are all pulled out super far away. Dude, exactly. I wouldn't like screw around with that. Like if that was happening to me, I'd be like, all right, I'm gonna see if someone can come look at this and see if there's like some weird gravity thing going on here, but I'm not gonna stay because it's probably ghosts. Yeah, like the table's in the center and all the chairs are pulled out. Call the priest first, call both, and then have them work together. Oh, the ghost hunters, like those, they were all cool. Like when they show up, it's like, that's when the movie, like it had already started to be scary, but like it starts to get like even scarier, because like that's when, well yeah, like because they show up when the kid's missing and all that stuff. And then they bring in that girl Tangina, who's like the medium or whatever. But so like the table and the chairs part, that scene is so good, because like she like pushes in all the table or all the chairs, and it's just like, did you do that, like to the little girl, and she's like, no, like she's like staring at the TV that's like just like all like static or whatever, and the mom's like, don't do that, like you're gonna like ruin your eyes or whatever. She like turns, or she like changed the channel or something like that, to like something like actually watchable. And then when the camera, like the camera pans away from the kitchen, like the dining area, and like that all happens, and then they pan back, and then all the chairs are like stacked on top of the table, and she's like, and I was like, okay. So that thing was too scary. I like, that's like the only thing I remember from the movie, when I was saying, like I don't remember watching the movie, but I remember like that scene. But like, that's all I remembered from the movie, and being like, oh, that's the famous scene from the movie, I guess. I don't know. Never let the TV stay on with the static. I think so. Now that I've seen the movie, I think I'll be like that, because I don't know, before TV static never bothered me, but now that I know, now that I have that in my brain, I think it will bother me. What was it? Yeah, like Poltergeist also kind of like, so yeah, like it does like the reverse of like kind of like what Nope and Us does, where it's like it starts out kind of like happy and like fun, and then it turns to like this horror movie. TVs don't do that anymore. Well, they have their like blank screen, which is like basically what the static is. But that reminds me, like I talked about this before. I had this like sleep paralysis episode where I woke up and my TV was on, and it was just like, it was like a blue screen, because that's like what the default, like if there's no signal or anything coming through, it's just like a blue screen. And then I saw a face like start to like form and like talk to me in that, and then when I woke up, my TV was off. I think if I had seen Poltergeist before that, that would have been more terrifying. Yeah, I talked about that one. That one's like one of the most like intense traumatic ones, and that one was when I was like 22 or 23, so I wasn't even like a little kid. Oh, and it was still horrifying. I like Poltergeist. I was like, man, I'm glad I watched that, because like it's like yeah, I don't know. Like, there's still a few other movies that I was like, oh man, I still gotta watch. I can't remember now, but they're like movies that I'm like, you know what? I might as well like clean up my entire like all the blank spots in like the 80s and 90s that like horror movies I haven't seen. Which In the Mouth of Madness is one of them. And I went to start watching that a few days ago, like the day after Poltergeist. But I was like doing the Fate event, and I was like, I kept pausing the movie to like do the next part of the story in the Fate event, and I was eventually like, I can't watch this movie right now. Like I keep getting distracted by this game, and I don't want to keep pausing it and unpausing it. And so I was like, I'll watch this later. Oh yeah, I saw that there's like a second and a third one, and then a TV show, Devil's Rejects. I watched that one a while ago. That one wasn't. I don't remember being that scared of it. Like slasher movies like that, like don't give me that much. I don't know. I don't like slashers that much. Slasher horror movies. Didn't like it. It's weird. Yeah. I can't remember. I know I saw the Devil's Rejects, and there's like another like, cause isn't that? Oh, maybe Rob Zombie did the remake. I think he did the original. Hold on. Cause I know I watched a couple. Yeah, written, produced, and directed by Rob Zombie. Oh, House of a Thousand Corpses. So I watched both of those movies, and I can't remember, like in my brain they're like mashed together, so I don't remember which is which. Rob Zombie one, okay. Oh, I don't know if there's like an old. I think they might have remade it afterwards, without Rob Zombie, or maybe with him. I don't know. Trying to make you sympathize with the bad guys. I don't remember. Maybe I should rewatch it. I don't. Yeah, like I was saying, they're both like, because I watched them like back to back. Because it's House of a Thousand Corpses, and then Devil's Rejects is the sequel. But in my brain, like I can't distinguish which is which, and I also don't really remember much about them. 3 White Trash Murders, Search Family, in a hotel room. Okay. So then, House of a Thousand Corpses, I think, is the one with the not circus. What do you call it? Like the it's like a little like what do you call it? Oh yeah, roadside attraction. Yeah, okay. Well, that's how that one starts out, at least. Okay, so I was thinking of, exactly, so my point, like, that was my point, is, like, in my head, I was thinking of House of a Thousand Corpses when, oh, maybe The Devil's Reject has that same, like, roadside attraction thing or whatever. Become, like, the protagonist survivors. Oh, wait. I might have been watching that, or maybe not watching it. I know I saw a clip of a movie that was... Oh, no, I think I was watching a clip of, like, the new Texas Chainsaw Massacre, like, remake or whatever. I don't know. Maybe I should rewatch this. I don't know. Well, like I was saying, I don't really like slasher, like, horror movies. Like, I watched, oh, there's, like, one from the 70s that's, like, pretty infamous. It's, like, I'm going to tell you the plot. And I guess this is going to spoil it, but the movie's, like, so old. And I didn't really like the movie that much. Like I was saying, I watched it because, like, it's one of the movies people are like, oh, you know, must watch, like, horror movies. And then I watched it, and I was like, it wasn't that scary. Like, if I was in that situation, it would suck, sure. But I didn't like it too much. But and I think it's just supposed to be because of how, like, graphic and, like, yeah, just how graphic it is. Like, shock, horror. But it's this girl, like, these two girls, like, go to, like, I don't know, they're like looking for weed or something. And some guy's like, oh yeah, we got weed over here. And like brings them over to the, like, his house or whatever, where he has like a bunch of roommates. And they're all like the plan was to like rape and murder them or something like that. And they do. And then the movie, like, oh, I think it's like The Last House on the Left is what it's called. Cause they're like, where they get murdered is like right next to where one of the girls lives. So like she's like literally like they're like out in this forest, but like just like right across the, like, just like a little bit like down, I don't know, through some trees is her house. And so her parents are like she's been missing for days or whatever, and her parents are like freaking out and like trying to find her. And then she gets murdered, and then they find her somehow, but then it becomes like a thing of like the parents are they not hunt down the killers or whatever, but they like invite them, or I don't know, somehow the killers end up in that family's home, in the parents' house, and then the movie becomes like the parents killing the killers. And it's like, I don't know, like I was saying, it's like one of the ones that people are always like, oh yeah, you should watch, you know, this movie, Last House on the Left. It's, you know, one of the best horror movies, or like, I don't know, infamous, I guess, I don't know. Like I was saying, it's like just kind of like graphic, and I didn't really care for it too much. There's another one that's like just like graphic and like, yeah, like I don't know, like I was saying, like horror movies rely on just kind of like jump scares and violence and graphicness nowadays that like I'm not into. But I Spit on Your Grave, I've seen the original and the remake, and like they're both just like, it's just like edgy, like, oh look at this, like how, I don't know, gross and violence and abusive, I don't know, like just like shock. It's like, oh wow, look at how depraved these people are or can be. But I don't care for it. I want to be scared. I don't want the scare to be like, oh, imagine if this was you. I want to be scared in a way that I'm like, man, if that was me, like, I don't want the movie to be like, hey, imagine if this was you. I want to come to that myself, if that makes sense. Like I want to leave the movie like, dang, now I'm scared of being in that situation. Anyway, go watch Nope. I kind of want to watch it again, especially since like, cause like, I got my tickets through the Fandango app or whatever. They gave me like they're like, oh yeah, you earned like $5 off your next movie ticket. So I was like, oh, that's like half the price. So I might as well go see it again, because it was like, it was really good. It was so good. It was like, and it's fun. Like I was saying, it like, the first half is like scary, and then it becomes like fun. Not like less. I mean, it's less scary, but it's not like, oh look, it's a comedy and like a happy movie or whatever. But it's like I was literally like, at the big, like once you realize what the movie is becoming, I like was just like, I had a big old smile, and I was like, oh my god, they're doing this. I'm so excited. And I was just like smiling the whole like last half of the movie, because I was just like, dude, they actually, like, this is what it is now, this is what he's doing, and it was just like fun to watch. Fly out and watch it? No, you fly here and watch it, or I'll find it illegally and stream it, and you can accidentally click the link and watch it. No, I don't know. I think all of you would be able to find our cam rips right now, which sucks. Cause like I was saying, I want to see it again, but like I don't want to go to the theater. I would rather watch it streaming. Like I'd pay for it online, but I'll have to go to the theater. Anyway, let me play this video game. I don't even know what I want to do. I know I have to like. Oh yeah. Oh, I should have been doing this quest as I was talking. I mean, this quest doesn't take that long, but I saved this quest because it's like very easy. I guess I could have talked about a little bit as I was just chatting. No, I have the game open. Oh, I should have left that played because I haven't watched this new These Cats Cook Me Food. Wait, make sure I have my items. I guess I don't really need items. Excuse me. What was it? Yeah, this quest is like super easy because it's literally like kill the little monsters. So I could have been like running this as I was talking. Oh. Wait. Oh, cool. Wait, have these existed before? Huh. Maybe yeah, I guess it has to be new to this game. What am I looking for? These guys, maybe? I know I'm looking for the crabs. I hate this guy. Why'd he back up like that? Okay, not these guys. What else is there to talk about? What else happened? Oh god. I was trying to think of, there's something in the Fate event that I wanted to talk about a few days ago, but now I've forgotten. Like I remember it happening and be like, oh, I'm gonna talk about this later. But days have passed that I'm like, I don't remember. Because I'm still like pretty far behind in the story. We finished it today. Akira was saying he finished it. I was like, dang it, I'm still like, I think I'm like only like a little bit over halfway through. But I've seen Abby finally. But I like I don't know, like I like all the different like horror movie references a lot. Cause like I don't know, it's fun. I should put these bugs down. Yeah, like she like showed up and was like talking. I don't remember what she said. I think it was in a dream actually, but I was like, oh, that's like kind of what I got from her like dialogue, just like having her. Oh, okay. Well, it's past that. Like I finally saw her and I was like, okay, finally, like that must be halfway, because that's when she her banner, well I guess it's like, well, okay, I'm past that, but like when that part unlocked, it was like a day or two before she became summonable, which would have been like close to the halfway point of the event, or not of the event, but like because it's fully unlocked now, and they always like fully unlock it like more than a week before it ends. Because the event runs for like 3 weeks or whatever. So like, I don't know if it's 2 weeks to unlock fully. Whatever. Anyway. I'm trying to remember what the last thing I saw was. I know, what was it? Here, I'll just look at what chapter I'm on. Because it was like, I remember... Dude, where are the crabs? Oh, I guess I should be at the beach if I want crabs. Wait, I want these two. Oh, wait, no, these don't do that. Now I don't even remember what the last thing in the story that happened was. Oh, that guy died easy. He didn't even fight back. Or move. Oh. Wait, these guys followed me here and then they ran away. They're not even trying to fight. Of course. Whatever. I'm at section 522. So if there's, that might not be halfway. It might be like 12 sections. I feel like, actually, well, it depends on the event. More than 10? Okay. Well, I'll probably finish it tomorrow or like after the stream tonight, because I want to like grind, like I want to clear out the shop, like I want to finish the story and clear out the shop. Oh god, oh god. Best summer story? Sweet. It feels like I don't know, like I'm like not even halfway through, but it feels like the best one, because it feels, or like I was saying, like it's like more of what I would like. It's more like the horror kind of stuff that they're going for, and it's like the horror stuff that they're going for, and like it feels like more serious. 10 to 12, not as grindy. Well, like when I looked at the section 225 chapter, or section 5 2 out of 2 There's like 5 little arrows to like complete that. What was it? Well, also it's not gonna be that hard to like farm out the shop because I have so many craft essences. Dude, this guy keeps running like all the way across the map. What is he? He's still running. Okay, he only had 1 hit left. Annoying. Oh god. Oh, he's on me. I guess I don't need to carve this. Why am I doing this? But yeah, the event feels like less like all the summer events have felt like kind of campy, like just like haha, look, it's a fun summer event, which is like good because they're fun, but this one feels like way less that. Like they're committing to kind of like a horror atmosphere and vibe. Like there's like the silly moments where, like I was talking about before, where like Nero showed up and like had her whole little thing, and then there's the one with Kiyohime, I think, and like no, not Kiyohime. Kiyohime was like one of the main ones. What was it? Oh, the one with Miyu, Wu, and who else? There's one other character. Helena Blavatsky, and I think maybe one more. But like those are always like the silly. Those are like more normal like summer event kind of style. Yeah, but like those are like the filler moments, and they're like not. They're like their own little like completely unrelated. Maybe not completely unrelated. I don't know. Like I haven't gotten all the way through it yet, but they are like, these characters aren't in the main part of the story. They're just like, oh look, here's like a little cameo from some characters you might like. No Ibaraki yet, which will make it the worst event if she doesn't show up at all. My stomach hurts. I had a milkshake earlier, but like way earlier, like at noon. Now my stomach hurts, and it's annoying because I was like, wait, my stomach wasn't hurting earlier. What is this? Wait, I didn't know this was here. I like spent a bunch of. Ooh. Oh, okay. No, get down, please. I spent a bunch of time on this map, like when I first unlocked, or well, not on stream, but after I unlocked it, I was like, oh, let me run around and like, oh, okay, I know where I am. Kind of. I've been down here. I wonder if I can. No. I wonder if they do something with this. Put a monster down here. Oh. Okay. This way? Yeah, okay. I just never went through that tunnel. Whatever. My sword! Nice. I'm trying to think. I feel like there's been like game announcement recently that I've been excited about, but I can't think about them. Can't remember. I know oh. I know there's like a bunch of games that I want to play though. Like well, okay. So I want to play the Somnium Files Nirvana Initiative after I finish this. That's probably what I'm going to play immediately after. But I also want to start Dragon's Dogma at some point. That's like on my mind to play. But like the thing I don't know with that one is that like it's close to Stray. Oh, Stray. That's like, yes, that's one of the ones that like came out recently that I'm like I was talking about it before it came out, that I was like, like I'm gonna wait till that comes out to see how I feel about it, if I want to play it or not, because there's like been this trend in video games recently of like make a cute game, and your game is like relies on the cute factor, so it's like very like there's not much substance to it other than like, oh look, it's got like a cutesy atmosphere or feel to it, and that's why it's popular. And that's what I was like, Stray feels like it's gonna be that, of like, oh, they're gonna just like rely on you playing as a cat and being a cat to sell the game, and there's like not much to it, and it's kind of like what it seems like it is, but it's like good enough that I'm like, all right, I'll play it for myself. But I don't know when that actually is one of the games I want to talk about, like, because I've only seen a little bit of it because I don't want to spoil myself too much on it, but it is like it seems like just like a hold on. Well, I'm gonna talk before I finish doing this. Pandering to the TikTok crowd, kind of, or like TikTok, Twitter crowd, like the like trying to have like clippable moments of like, oh look, my cat meow, like you can meow, or like whatever, like look, you can do this. Can you pet the cat? Yes, you are the cat, and you can pet other cats with your cat or whatever. I don't think you can actually do that. I don't even know if you, I think the whole point is like you're the last cat. Well, not that you're the last cat. You get separated from your cat family. Watching her play Stray. Don't spoil it. But I know the like start, like the story is like you get separated from your family, your cat family, and you have to find your way back to them. So I don't think you run into any other cats until that happens. Makes me meow so much. That's like one of the things that like I was like, this is what makes me think it's gonna be that kind of game of like, oh, it's just like a marketing, I don't know, it's not like I don't know, they're just like, oh look, we have a dedicated meow button, and I was like, all right, that's cute, but that feels like too much. That feels like your game is going to be very shallow and is just going to rely on like, haha, look, it's very cute, and I don't want that. But oh, okay, sorry, do my blue archive PvP. And I was like, I forgot I had to remake my PvP teams, but whatever. Anyway, yeah, that button, like them being like, oh, we have a dedicated meow button. I'm just like, all right, you're trying too hard now. But like seeing it, I'm like, oh, it's like, I don't know, shallow and pedantic, stupid. It's not, I don't know, like the people I've been watching play have been abusing the button, but it's also like it's I don't know, like I'm into it. But I don't know, like I was saying, I don't know when I'll play it. It is like something that I'm like, oh, like I'm glad that turned out better than I thought it was going to be, but also it's still not as good as I was hoping, as I want it to be, but it's good enough that I'll probably check it out at some point. Also, I love cats. Dude, there's so many cats that come through our backyard. Like I've talked about it before. There's like two like tuxedo cats, and this like there's like a what do they call it? A calico. And then there's like this like kind of like he's like Athena's colors, but he's like very skinny, well, he's like small, so he might be like young, and not skinny like, oh, he's like underfed or something. Awesome. Well, they always run away. Like if I like even like unlock the door, they like just like sprint off. But it's fun to like just like look out the window and see them. Like today, I was like I go by every time I'm in the kitchen to like get water or food or something. I just like go stand at the window and like look out to see if they're there. And today, like I like went to look, I moved the blinds, and this guy was just like walking by, and like I like he was like walking by, like looking away from me, like looking to his left, and I was on his right side. Wait, you don't like when other cats come? Why not? Bug and pumpkin turf. That's why the other cats are coming around, like coming to pay their respects. Um, or more. No. The cat was like, yeah, this dude was like, I like looked, I opened, like I moved the curtain, and he was like walking, like looking to his left, and I'm standing on his right, and then he like looked forward, and then he like saw me, and just like looked at me, and just like sat there and like looked at me, and then I turned the handle on the doorknob, and then he just like got up and started walking away real fast, and I was like, okay. Always hope it goes well, but it never does, dude. These cats, well, I don't know. They're not like I've seen like three. There's the two tuxedo cats who are always like they'll be around each other, and then like a tabby, like an orange tabby that like will sit on the fence above them. But I haven't seen like, oh, actually, so I haven't seen them interact. Like outside of like, well, I haven't seen them interact. Like I was saying, those two tuxedo cats will be around each other, but they never like go too close to each other, but they probably like are related, so they're not like actually afraid of each other or like antagonistic. But the other day I was like sitting here, it was like a couple days ago, and I just heard like cats like yelling right outside my window, like right outside my like room. And like I went like, cause like, but it was like annoying, cause like they just like kept going. It was probably one cat like trying to bang the other cat, and the other cat was like not into it. Cause it was going on for a while that I was just, like, I got up cause I was like, I'm tired of listening to, like, I'm not even like trying to help these cats. I'm just tired of hearing these like, you know, like annoying noises. And so like I opened the door and like just like saw them both run off, and I was like, finally, dude. It was so annoying. But like in the backyard, I haven't seen like any like fights or problems or whatever. They all just like, they're always like they're either just like sitting by the cactuses, or they're just like walking through. They're like on their way, and I just like happen to catch them, and then I'll like knock on the window if they don't see me, and they like look, and then like just like keep going. But it's fun to see them. I don't know, like even if like they run away, like I can never pet them or anything. It's fun to see them. Oh, I was petting Carol, the new cat at your dad's house. My backyard's a hookup zone. Well, they're like, there was a front yard when they were like yelling the other night. But what was it? Yeah, last night when I went to pick up Akira, I like, as I was waiting on the porch, like for someone to let me in, which I was like waiting for Akira to let me in, and then it ended up being Cynthia. As I was like waiting there, like she like walked by, and I was like I just like squatted down and like was like waving her over, and she came over and like let me pet her, and then would like Akira was talking about it later. He's like, yeah, there's a cat, like her name's Carol, and because Gabby already told me about it, but I didn't seen her, and so I was like, oh yeah, I saw the cat, whatever. He's like, yeah, her name's Carol, and she's like very like cautiously affectionate, where she'll like come up to you to let you pet her, but then will like be scared. And I was like, that's literally what happened. Like I was like petting her, and she would like flinch away after like a few seconds, and then like look at me, and then come back over, and then like let me pet her again, and then flinch away. She'll snap. She didn't snap at me, but she kept like just like coming over and like putting herself in a way that she's like pet me, and then like I would pet her, and after like a little like couple scratches, she would like pull away and like look at me like, what are you doing? Like what? like I don't know. Like she didn't come over to be pet. But I don't know. She's also like, she seems pretty small, like pretty young. But maybe I'm just used to big dumb cats. A Tetranodon. Oh, so that's kind of like one of my complaints about this game, is it feels like there's not hold on, there's a hair somewhere around here. Whatever. There's not a lot of new monsters. Like I was talking about it a few days ago, or a few streams ago, where I was like I'm having fun with it, and I'm getting like, I like the wire bugs now. Like I was complaining about the wire bugs before, but I've like gotten used to them in a way. Even like switching between the greatsword and the bow, that I'm like, okay, the controls swap, but I'm still like, I'm able to like adjust pretty quickly now. But then there's not. It feels like there's not, like the roster is kind of thin. And I was reading up on it, and there was something like World had like 60 monsters, and then like Iceborne introduced like another like 15 or 20. And this game starts out like Rise base game has like 39 monsters or something, and then Sunbreak, I would say Icebreak. Sunbreak introduces like another like 10 or so or something like that. That I'm like, dang, that is like, that's like, well, that's like normal for older Monster Hunters, but that's thin compared to World and Iceborne. Cause like her saying like, oh yeah, there's a Titranodon. I'm like, dude, I fought Titranodon like 1,000 times already. Right? Give me something new. This is the new expansion, and they're like, the first monster they're gonna give me is like an old monster from the base game. But they're probably gonna like hit me with the new monster as I'm on this quest. But it's still like, World was like, the very beginning of the game was like, here's new monsters, like completely new monsters. And then like I don't know, it felt like there were more new monsters than old monsters in World. But I don't know how true that is. Holy moly, dude. Okay, holy crap. I'm ranked 35 on Blue Archive PvP, which is the highest I've been. And like I was saying, I'm gonna do these PvP matches real quick, but I need to adjust my team, because the PvP map, they updated the game last night, and they changed the PvP map, so my original team isn't as good, but I just like shredded like 4 out of the 5 matches and got to rank 35, which is crazy because my team is like not good. But that's like, I don't know, that also proves my point of like, the PvP sucks because it's just like so random, because like I just randomly won with a bad team. I just got lucky with a very bad team. She said, while I may be a princess, it is my duty to send knights on dangerous missions. Like, that's like I wouldn't expect a princess to do that. A princess to make other people do the work. Okay. Hunt a Titranodon. I'm sure Luna Garen shows up or something, because they showed him in that cutscene when I first got here. Oh, I'm not this play. Oh, that milkshake I had earlier. Oh god. It was from a yogurt mill again, but this time I got an Oreo shake with mochi in it. It was pretty good. And what was it? Like I got the biggest size or whatever. I shouldn't have, but I wanted it, and then I got it, and then I didn't finish it, so like I don't know, there's like a third of it left, and I finished it like a little bit, like an hour later or something, but all the mochi was like mostly melted, like it had like, I don't know, been melted by the shake, so that when I was like drinking it through the straw, I'm feeling diabetes. I don't know, I feel like if I'm going to get diabetes, I would have gotten it already, because like I consume a lot of sugar, and every time I've been to the doctor, they've never like, they've been like, yep, everything looks normal. I think the only time a doctor has been like, something doesn't look normal, it was like, hey, you should, I don't know, consume more like of a certain vitamin, and I was like, oh yeah, sure, whatever. That's what a diabetic would say. Nah. Did I? Yeah. I can't remember if I got my items. Alright, all these monsters on my map are monsters I've seen, so nothing new. Oh, I wonder if maybe I should have upgraded or looked at upgrades. I don't know. It shouldn't be too bad though. Oh, that's one of the things I was reading about earlier. Is like, because I was complaining about this the other day. Tony was playing, and I was like, dude, the only thing I kind of like don't like about the game are these spirit birds, because like you have to pick them up to like max out your stats. Like, I don't know, like you in older games you would just have to like eat meat or eat a max potion and your stats would max out. But in this game you have to run around and collect these little birds to like max out your stats. And it's kind of annoying because it takes too long. And it's like, it's not necessary, but like I was saying, it's annoying to like know that my health bar is not maxed out or my stamina bar is not maxed out. And it's not because I can't eat or I'm not eating my foods and things. It's because I'm not running around the map picking up all these tiny little bird things. Because it's not, like I was saying, it's not, they're not like, they're not just like in a spot. They're like all over the map. And they don't even max out. Like you pick up the birds for your stamina and they just like extend the cap for your stamina. They don't even like, you have to still eat something after that. So it's like, I don't know, like I don't understand what they were thinking with that. Because it like I was saying, it used to just be like, okay, you eat your food before you go on your mission, and then you eat your max potion, or your ancient potion, and rations or your steaks or whatever, and then it maxes out both of your bars. But yeah, like now it's like, now I have to pick up these yellow birds to increase my stamina cap and then eat the rations or meat. The health ones increase your health, so it's like you don't have to heal, but it's still just like, who thought, like, I don't know, who thought to mess with that? Like it's a fine system and they just made it worse. Like it's not even like, oh, they changed the way it works. They just like made it worse completely. It's like, yeah, I don't know. Like if picking up these yellow birds increased my stamina and like filled it up so I don't have to like eat something, it would be a little bit better, but that's not how it works. So it sucks. And Tony was like, yeah, it sucks. And I was like, okay, it's not just me. But I don't know, like I was saying, it's not necessary. Like you can still fight. Well, I saw people, oh yeah, so like what I was starting to say is I saw people like complaining about spear birds earlier today in a way that I was like, oh, okay. So yeah, it is like kind of like a general consensus that spear birds are not a great addition, because it's basically like they're handicapping you to force you to engage with the spear birds thing. How do I get down there? Okay, I think it's just that pit that was up there. Whatever. Anyway, yeah, the spear birds are like, I don't know. Like, I guess you get the attack and defense buffs, but they probably like change the numbers in a way that it's like your regular attack and defense are lower, so that you have to pick up these spirit birds. Cause yeah, so like I was saying, like I saw people complaining that like at like, I don't know, the end game fights and stuff like that, you pretty much have to pick up your, like you have to go around and collect your health and stamina spirit birds at least to not, well, the health ones at least to not get one shot, because you need to max out your health bar so you can survive a hit. And so if you don't pick up your spirit birds, you can't, and you'll die. And maybe even the defense ones, I can't remember. But either way, I don't like Cause yeah, like you can see my stamina bar, it's like huge now, but I have to eat still. Oh, I forgot about these. There's like these things on the walls that hurt the monster. I should have slammed him into those before I slammed him into the new draw. No. Oh, I might. I might die. No! Oh, I survived. Oh, maybe not. Okay. If that would have hurt me, I would have died, but... See, the one spear bird I picked up saved me there. But, like you can see my health bar, there's like a gray part that like still extends from the green. That's like, that would fill up more if I picked up more spear birds. But in older games, I could just eat this max potion and that would max out. So I would have survived in an older game because I would have done that in the beginning. I got greedy. So I can beat him. Get good? How about they make the game good? Ooh, okay. I just died. I didn't know he was gonna jump twice, but I also tried to tackle through it a second time. But I think I just took too much damage because the tackle doesn't. The tackle reduces the damage, but it doesn't make you invincible. Fighting again. Dude, he got slapped. Oh, I didn't drink my potion, dude. My demon drug and my armor skin. Probably would have survived that time with armor skin. Dude, I'm waiting for the Tetranodon to hit the crab so I can sit on it. He just keeps yelling at it and getting beat up. Alright, well, never mind. Oh, I didn't want to... Actually, that might work. Oh, that was way too early. That was way too early. The stupid little crab. He's just gonna ruin everything. This guy will not let me play. I should have brought Bo for this. Oh my god. Oh my god. He will not stop moving. If he runs, I'm gonna swap to bow because this is like annoying to try and do with this. He literally, like, he just keeps jumping. Everything he's doing is like going from one edge of the like little area to the other. Okay, I need to move. Oh, not towards him though. Oh, I'm dead again. I literally was complaining. Oh, all right, Gabby. Yeah, just remind me. Well, I don't know. I want to talk about it, like, not just like type it out. So it have to be whenever we're in like Discord. Switching to bow. That was not fun. I don't know if I have a set. All right, yeah. Sleep tight. Or well, I don't know if you're going to sleep, but take care. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, that's not. I just have to do that. What was it? Yeah, I was complaining about this boss or this monster and how like they're making me fight the same monster again, and I'm already just like I can't even beat him. If I die again, I lose. I haven't lost yet. Where's the I'm also, this is master rank, so well, I think I upgraded my gear. I don't know how much I upgraded my gear. Maybe I can upgrade it again. I'm trying to pull my bow out. I don't know what was happening there. I was spamming triangle. Wait. Play Somnium Files sequel soon before you start school? Okay. I mean, it'll be after this, which this, I don't know, maybe it'll take another week. I'm gonna die. Never mind. Oh my god, dude. I'm glad I brought the bow, because, like, he's doing this again. And this is, like, literally why I brought the bow. He's still... he's done this, like, 3 times in a row now. That's bad. Wait, I'm fine. My god, he's going to spam that move so much. I'm actually like really annoyed right now that I just want to like quit out of this and just like stop playing the game or like do another monster and just not progress. I don't like this monster. Like I was talking about before how he's like ugly and gross, and I don't like him for that. But his like moveset was kind of cool. Like I like the sumo wrestler like thing he's got going on. But now it's like all he's doing is that like run back and forth across the map move, and extremely unfun. But it's not hard to dodge. It's just annoying because now I have to sit and wait. Because even if I like want to shoot him, like chase him down with like shots, I don't have enough stamina to like follow very far. Where are those squids? Oh, they left. What an obnoxious monster. Oh, now the squids come back. And now these velociprays. I thought I had more time. Oh, I have plenty of time. Okay. Oh no, now he's gonna do the annoying thing again. Oh, maybe not. He's tired? Oh, that hit me. Oh, why? Oh, alright. Good night. Thanks for hanging out. Sleep tight. Oh, God. This dude is so annoying. They better give me something good after this, like a good monster to fight. 'Cause, like I was saying, the roster's felt pretty thin, and for them to be like, here's a new expansion, the first thing you fight is a monster you fought 100 times in the base game. It's like, what is that? And for this monster to just like spam the same move over and over again. Like, part of me is like, oh, maybe it's because I'm like keeping my distance from him, but it's not even that. Like, he does moves that like send him away from me, and then I just don't follow him over. So then he does that to try and catch me afterwards. Man. How do I do this? Is there anything that's slamming into? No. It's the other monster. Kill him. It's weird because like sometimes the light attack takes longer than the strong or heavy attack or whatever. And it's annoying. So like it feels like there's never a reason to do the okay, I can capture him finally. Never a reason to do the light attack. God, what an obnoxious monster. Like, he's not even, I don't know, maybe it's like the Master Rank version just wants to spam that move, because like I've never seen him do that much. Like, I've seen him do it a couple times in a row before, but not like 5 times. Like, he did it like 4 times in a row, then did like a jump move and like something else. Like, I think he like threw wind at me and then he did it again. So it was like, what the heck? That was not fun. HR 30. I don't know what we fight, because I know I saw, like, I fought Chameleos, and then I did a bunch of the event quests. Hold on. Wait. Okay. They'll probably arrive after I finish all these quests. I don't like this lady. She's kind of weird. Super cutesy cute weapon. Sleeping Bear Plus. What was I saying? Oh, I guess, yeah, everyone's coming here? I don't know. And so, like, I'm sure once I get to... Oh, well, also the Camellia stuff. Maybe once I'm done with Chichai's, like, doing the next few quests or whatever, getting to the next urgent quest, they'll show up. I don't know. But also, yeah, I fought, like, at HR 20 you fight Chameleos. And there's also an event quest that has Chameleos in it. And then there's one with Kushala Daura and Teostra. So I'm sure those will be like 30 and 40. And then Valstrax at 50. So that's also another one. I haven't fought Valstrax yet. I thought about doing the event quest because I was like, oh, I want to fight Valstrax. I haven't fought Valstrax. I don't think I fought Valstrax in Double Cross. I don't think I like played far enough to get to Valstrax. Like, I know I've seen the fight, but I can't remember if I just watched it or if I experienced it myself. Bombardier Palico. That's, my Palico is not a Bombardier Palico. Okay. So all these, there's just gonna be a bunch of like, oh, here's a Palico upgrade. A Meowsing Mist. Wait. So many. All these upgrades. Punch of pretzel? What? This one doesn't seem too hard to do, but it seems like it's gonna... Oh, she has pretzels. Or there's pretzels here. That's why she said that. Oh, nice. Alright, we should do that as soon as we can, because I want my wire bugs. Lottery box. Let's check on housekeeper. Wait, he's playing with the toy train. There's something... Oh, I think the pale... whatever. Oh, wait. Okay. Yeah. Pale extract is one of the things I'm trying to buy from them. Because we have so many points and are like never spending them that it's worth it. Like those are like 500 a piece, but they show up so infrequently that giving up 5,000 every now and then doesn't hurt too much. 80? Oh, you think you could 86 those Daimyo Hermitar? I thought he was saying kill 86 of them. I was like, dude, what? 86 to get a new food? That's probably just gonna be like, oh, uh, I don't know. Here's a random, like, now your tackle does 1 more damage.
There you go.
Oh, I was like, wait, did I already do it? Let's see what she has to say, and then we'll go see what that other monster is. I don't like if it's Kushala Daora. I'm like, I'll fight it, but it's probably my least favorite, one of my least favorite Elder Dragons, just because of the wind stuff. So annoying. Please. None of these. Wait, these are all still. Literally not a single new monster. Like not even the I guess there's this optional with the Daimyo Hermitars, but not here. It feels so weird. What do we got? I knew it. I don't remember how to cancel his wind. I think there's like a way. Like the wind around him. I know you can wear stuff or like have skills to stop it, but I feel like there's like something else you could do. I'm gonna try to find that one. Oh, doesn't he? He also does the thing like when he has the wind around him, he knocks your arrows out. Also, I should see what I don't know what new weapons I can build or work towards, because like I should probably upgrade. I don't know if I. Yeah, I probably want white sharpness. Awgite or however, Awagite. I don't know. Where do I get that? Shrine Ruins, Area 10, or wait, no, Area 1, no, oh there's a few areas, and Area 1 is one of them. Let me look up what else I can get, because yeah, this would be easy to get. We just lose the defense bonus. We have slots and a rampage slot. Maybe this. Scale of Origin. That's probably, I don't know, a Mizutsune? I don't know what that is. We don't have it. Hold on, let me see. Oh, that was one of the things that was annoying last night. Is me and Kid were trying to play Spelunky 2 multiplayer, but I couldn't get. Like, I have two PS4 controllers, and I couldn't get them both to like work. Like, I can get them connected and like show up in Steam, but they wouldn't. Like, he couldn't use it as a controller. It was, I don't know, confusing, annoying. Scale of origin comes from Narwa. Okay, how did I not get any? Maybe I spent them. I don't know. But I still need a Mizutsune water orb. Watcher orb. Oh, she had more damage. I gotta make this. $250. So it's better than this because it has the water on it. Has less. Wait. Yeah, smaller slots and less slots and less sharpness. But has the defense. But this looks cooler. And it has that rampage slot. Oh, this has one too. Never mind. I guess we should keep looking anyway. We'll go for this. Okay. That's real quick. I have to go mine. Also, I'm gonna go bathroom real quick. I'm gonna run ads. I'm sorry. We'll be right back. couldn't find my controller. Also, so I did a bunch of the event quests. Not like, I don't know, not even like half of them, but just the ones that, I don't know, I was like, oh, this, I want this sticker, or like, I don't know, sounds like I would want this sticker, or I want this pose or gesture or whatever. Where's the there's something to mine somewhere around here. Maybe up here? Yeah. Not what I needed. Hold on, I gotta pull up that map. Keep this map up until I hit all the spots. But yeah, I just like grabbed all the stuff that I kind of like was like interested in. There's still like a bunch, like I was saying, there's still a bunch I need to do that I will do, but there's like lower priority. But I didn't see or I didn't notice any quests saying something like, oh, this is a good quest to make a bunch of money, because like that was one thing I was looking for or needing. Because I'm low. Okay, we got the Elta light. I'm low on funds. What? Oh, the little ones. Hold on. 5, 11, 12, 13. Okay. Oh, no. I wasn't thinking. I guess that's not a big deal. This might be even better, actually. Because I need... It's like... that way somewhere, but it might be all the way at the top. So this might be the best way to do it. Okay. Yes. Nice, we got it. I want to pick up these bones. Right when you try to hit me. Oh yeah, so like, I don't know how much longer I'm gonna go. I might do the Kushala Dawara and then, I don't know, call it for the night. Just like, I don't know, that Tetranodon kind of killed my mood. And like a lot of these other quests, I'm just like, I just want to grind them out, and like, I don't know, I feel like I would rather just do it off stream, so like have a podcast or something on and just like mindlessly knock a bunch of quests out, because there's literally nothing new there. Like I was saying, like it's weird that like the roster feels very thin, in a way that like it like feels weird. I guess I only have to do 2 because it says M1 star, like 1 master rank 1 quest I need to do. 2 quests remaining, but still it's like, I guess I should do those here because it'll like, I'll do those and then see where I end up after that. But I'll probably try to do them through this so I can like join someone's quest that's already almost done. Oh right, I was like, what am I here for? Or what am I like, why did I do that quest? Upgrade. Oh, I can just make it. I thought I had to work my way up to it. Okay. Dude. It's like the septum, like I don't know. It's like it keeps itching, and like I can't. It's not like I was like I itched this side, and I was like, wait, no, it's this side, and it's like no, it's like Just my septum is itchy. Okay. So 230, but now we're at 250. We have to like equip it with stuff. No, I have to do rampage decorations. Set rampage decorations. Oh, oops. Oh, we have to create a rampage decoration, but oh, I guess there's new ones. Anti-aerial. Oh right, they have the like fanged exploit or whatever, anti-dragon, anti-aerial. That's what these lazurite jewels are for. Cause I was like, I picked one up or something, and it said, oh, like, or like I was reading the definition, and it says it's like super rare or something. And I was like, huh, like I didn't know how many I had, so I was like, oh, maybe it is rare. But then I kept, like, I was getting them from the event quests. After the first one I read, I was like, oh, maybe they're rare. Like, cool, I got lucky. And then I kept getting them from every quest afterwards, and I was like, oh, I don't know, maybe not then. And I have 46 now, so I guess not. I feel like nothing flies. Like Rathalos is the only thing that stays flying for very long. I feel like I would want this. MR Neopteron. It's from the Hermitar, but MR Arzuros. I don't guard very often, so I feel like this wouldn't help that much. Maybe I should grab the Spearbird thing so I don't have to collect as many. What kind of... Okay, let's see. I don't ever remember anything particularly, like, useful being here. Like, stuff that I would want to create. I'll need to worry about this eventually, but I feel like I just don't... I don't know. I don't want to worry about it right now, at least not on stream, because I'd have to like go grind out whatever materials I need for specific things. I kind of want the attack, but it's only 1 point, and if I wanted more, I would have to farm up Gothera, Magnamalos to get plates. I'll just leave it the way it is. This is the other thing, is like upgrading my armor. It's like I need to do it, but it's expensive, so I need money. Whatever. Wait. Urgent quest. Oh, I need to eat first. I always forget to do that. Like I've done it so many times of like, let's hop in the next quest, and then I get in there, I'm like, oh, I didn't eat, and then I have to go into the tent. I'm like, oh, now I have to like customize because I don't have the I don't have my like sets, because you can't use the daily once you're in a quest. Hopefully somebody is on this quest. I mean, it's late, but nice. Hearing like the skip is a good sign because that means I don't know, it's trying to connect or do something. Oh, maybe I should have got that flying thing because Kushala Dara flies quite a bit. Oh, maybe poisoning is what knocks this thing off. I don't know. Oh. Can you hear him already? The gosh, Kashi. I guess this is still high rank, so it's not, shouldn't be too bad. Wait, did I already run out of white? My nose. Why? I jumped. Okay, I was gonna say way too early, but late enough that I still dodged that. That was kind of late, and I missed. Dude. Oh, you're wrong one. I think I've hit him once. I hit him, or twice, I guess. I definitely tackled. Maybe I can't tackle through that. Alright. I wonder if you can mount Elder Dragons? I don't know if I've seen that or tried that. I can't remember. Bully. Oh, never mind. Owned. Okay. Dude, I remember hating this about Kushala. Is like his head every time. Yeah. That's exactly what happened there. He's just, as he's laying down, he like pulls his head back super far. So it's like really hard to try and catch him. Oh. Oh. Wow. Oh, that was a lot of damage. I don't even know which monster took all the damage though. Oh. Fight another one. Nice, slapped him out of the air. Man. I'm trying to hit. Oh god. I finally land a true charge, and it's for 300 damage. Oh, I didn't set. I guess you can't set rampage skills anymore, so I can't do the, like, affinity. Oh, that's not good. Cause the, oh, but I still have the set that has, like, weakness exploit and stuff on it. Oh, he's sleeping. Don't hit him, please, you idiot. He probably did, like, 30 damage. I thought he was doing like tail whip or something. Oh, okay. Nice. Still only 300. Maybe it's really strong. But I upgraded my sword. Or I have more damage and I'm doing less. On a monster that's... Like, this should be a master rank sword. But he's a high rank monster. I mean, he is like a higher rank monster, I guess. I'm good. Give me the squids. That's fine. Oh, nice. I got the rest of them. Wasn't even trying to. Can't believe we wasted this sleep on him. Because the longsword guy can't stop spamming. Okay. Did it feel like the bombs are way less useful in this game? Like, way less useful. Holy crap, dude. Did I get hit by like 4 of them? Jesus. Oh, it lagged there. But yeah, like sonic bombs don't do anything anymore. Pretty much, flash bombs like knock them out of the air for a second. Like they fall down and they get back up like immediately. Dude, holy crap, I was down for so long. Oh, that reminds me of the, well, I was just thinking about carding and like dying or something in this. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh, I was like, I'll jump. I hadn't seen that move before. Excuse me? Stop. I was holding the other direction. I don't understand. Like sometimes, I mean it's happened like quite a bit, I've just never really been punished for it. But trying to do my, what do you call it? Nice. Trying to do my, this move right here, the wire bug thing. Sometimes, like I'll go forward, like I'll be holding a direction, but I just go straight ahead instead of the direction I'm holding. And I think it's like I'm trying to do it faster than the game is ready to give it to me. Like if I do it too fast, I'm just gonna go forward. And it's annoying because like that's like been a thing that's like happened a lot in this game of like I've been playing about it since the beginning, but I'm pressing my buttons too fast. Like the game is not like I don't know, I have to delay my inputs before the game is gonna give me the actual input I want. So like if I have my sword out and I go to do that, but it's like too fast after like doing an attack or something, I'm just gonna go forward instead of like backwards or whatever direction I'm holding or trying for. If that makes sense? I don't know. Maybe I'm just rambling and not making sense. Anyway. Hopefully he's almost done. This also hasn't been that bad, but I don't know. It's weird. Like I was saying, he's like one of my least favorite Elder Dragons. But he hasn't been doing his win stuff. Like I've been able to stand next to him in a way that's like weird. Okay. Alright, he's almost done. This guy's flat. Oh, I'm dead. I should have used the other one. Didn't even bother. Okay, great. now I hit him. Man. That was frustrating. Not even because of, like, the monster itself. Just, like... I mean, part of it was the monster itself, but, I feel like I barely did anything. Because he just, like... I don't know. Was getting knocked around or jumping around in a way that... Like, right there at the end, I, like, had a true charge slash lined up perfect. And then before I could let it go, he gets... I don't know. He was already KO'd, but he gets, like, knocked. And he, like, rises up super high and decides to flop all the way to the other side. Whatever. He's dead. And now we're unlocked again. So that means we can get to Teostra sooner. But he's also not... I don't know, I feel like a lot of the Elder Dragons aren't... Well, maybe not a lot, but... Kushala, Teostra... Not very fun. Chameleos is alright. I don't know. Chameleos is, like, fun because he's, like, weird. But... I don't know. They could have picked some better ones. And they probably picked these ones because they already had them, I don't know, from World. Sweet. Yeah, my cap, like, or not my cap, but, like, when I unlocked, I only went up to HR 8, and I was like, what? Like, I feel like I've done so many, I should be higher. But ever since, like, all the quests I've been doing have given me, like, at least one level. Redacted? Alright. Let me see what I can make with... Cause, like, now... Some of these weapons should have unlocked, right? Cause they needed his parts. But maybe not on this row. Wait. 250, 32, 30 defense. Oh, I think it was the slots that I didn't want that for. Cause I could just make this and it's already... I should have made this instead. I should just make it now. Let me keep looking. Where's the Kushala line? I might have passed it. Well, here's Chameleos. Yeah. Oh, I'm missing something for this. For all of these? And I'd have to kill another one. Whatever. Anyway. Where's that pincer? Oh. Well. I don't know. Might as well. Nah, I don't know. It's not gonna make that much of a difference, and I have to like deal with like reassigning things and then worrying about swapping back later when if I get better decorations. This is what sucks though, is like here I could be like, okay, affinity boost, but not here. And they're not selling me like crit decorations, so I can't just like replace it like that. It's weird. Anyway, let's see if we can find these quests through the board, so I don't have to like I was saying, not start from the beginning and do them all the way through. And none of these are like, I don't know. Like I don't want any of these monsters as like stuff. I guess I should just do these because they're the most money. If anyone's doing them. If not, if nobody's doing either of them, okay. Like I say, I'll just call it for the night. And then do them on my own. Do a bunch of stuff off stream. So that tomorrow night, I'm like, I can just like sail smoothly. Have a bunch of money, upgrades and things. Alright, this guy's already done with one of them. I guess I'll start working on this one. Alright, well yeah, I have to because the other one's dead. Wait. Oh, okay. I'll say, did I eat? I'm pretty sure I ate. But this is like the problem, is like these stupid spear birds. I ate, but like my health is so... Health and stamina are so low compared. I don't know, to what they should be. Like the maximum bars there are like a million miles away. Hop on it. I want to run this over to these. I can't turn my camera. Dude, that's so annoying. That's like locked on, so I couldn't see this other wall. Dude, his like little side tackle thing sends him so far away. Wait, what is this calico outfit? Wait, I want that. Who's calico that? What's his name? Oh. Alright, I'm done. I kind of want to cap, but who cares? Oh my god, we got him. I didn't get to carve the other one. I mean, its body might still be... No, I think it's gone. No, it is there. I'll try to go get it. Hopefully it doesn't disappear. It probably will. Okay. Oh, this one's way bigger than the other one. I need to look through, I don't know, it might be an event set, but, they're like Nine-Tail Fox Palico armor. Alright, I forget you split the money. Whatever. It would have got split. It would have been a lower amount being split if I would have done one of the other ones. Aha! was like, I wonder. I was gonna say I want to go back and see if they show up. Only orders 60 orders. Who else came? Utsushi. I think that's it. I don't know if anyone else came. Oh, let me see if I can sell anything. I picked up anything. Oh, a decent bit, I guess. That's nice. This guy. Give me all those. I'll take that. Okay. That'll let me upgrade. I don't think I'll be able to upgrade everything, but maybe, just barely. Maybe. But some of these aren't going to be, yeah, as high as I want them to be, or need them to be. Maybe not need them. I don't know, whatever. Also, this costs more. That sucked. Oh, that one was cheaper though. Oops. Actually, wait, what is this coming at? Okay. Nice. Even though that one costs way more, the other two made it so it wasn't so bad. Alright. A little bit tankier. See if it helps enough. Dude, this sword is sweet. I like this. It's nice and swordy. Alright, let me eat. Then run the other multi-monster mission. Also, maybe I should be paying with points. Oh, we need a baggy thing, I think, for one of the side quests. I'm kind of like surprised whenever I can get in, but at the same time it's like this game's pretty popular. It's like a lot of people playing like all the time, so it's not that surprising. Oh, I should. Okay. I should be drinking my demon drug and armor skin. I've been forgetting. I don't know how or why. Wait, what is that purple footprint on that monster? The Lagambi. Oh, also, it's like way over there. I like looked at the map and I saw the baggie up here and was just like, oh, that's where I gotta go. What's the Here we go. Oh. I should have wired bugs so I could my attack these. Oh, I could have kept going. No. I think you can Sonic Bomb it when it's doing that. But that's like hard to time. I would have to have my weapon away and just be like waiting. Like I wouldn't be able to just do it on reaction. Alright. Let's cap it so we save time. Unbelievable. Oh, he's still here. Okay. I thought he ran away. Okay. Hold on. I know I have. Okay. I didn't look at. I know I have new stickers too, but I haven't looked at them. Where does this take me? That's not gonna help. The squids. I like these squids more than the spirit birds, even though the squids aren't permanent. Sweet. William. Alright. Dude, nice. Oh wow. It wasn't done. So why wasn't I getting these numbers on Charlotte? Oh, these aren't even the red ones, but whatever. Nice. Get on. I don't even know why that happened. Oh, that was so quick. I keep holding it. I gotta look at these new stickers. Find my new favorite. What is this? Melding nectar. Dude, melding, I don't know. Oh, we got these silver eggs. Nice. Because there's only 2 of us to split. Way nicer. Oh, stickers. Abisha 10. Oh, blood orange. What? The text, he's like just like super like stoically, like calmly talking, and the text is not what he's emoting. Okay. Well, at least this is kind of a new monster. I keep running that way. Oh, this is, yeah, so the Fiorine will accompany me. I've heard about this. I'm not really sure how it works, but I've just seen that, like, people can come with you. I think the twins can come with you at some point. Oh, excuse me. Oh, we got everything we needed. Easy. Oh. Are there Meowcenaries? Hold on. Yeah. Still don't have master rank? We have 4 maps. Oh, it doesn't have anything. Oh, the melding thing I was talking about. Dude, I don't know. I guess we have these puddings and nectars and things, but it's still like I've melded, I don't know, like enough to be able to do this. I have this many: 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 23. And most of this was trying to get a weakness exploit. So 28 attempts, or like 25 attempts trying to get this, maybe 20, but still didn't hit a single, like 10%, and 20 of them got through 20, and I haven't gotten it a single time. But also I was like reading, people were like, yeah, going for a weakness exploit talisman isn't as good as it used to be. Like, go for other stuff, because you can get a lot of skills just from your like armor set and stuff like that, which I have like maxed out weakness exploit from my armor. But I was hoping to get a talisman so that I could put in a different piece of armor, but it seems like it's the opposite of like get the main things from your armor and then substitute in whatever convenient, or like, what do you call it, excuse me. Convenient is not the right word. It's close to that. Quality of life, I guess. Things as your talisman. Man, whatever. But whatever. I just like I don't want to engage with that. There's probably, I don't know. Like, these are all, like, even this is like already stronger than what I'm wearing, but I don't want to lose my skills. What is this? During critical hits. But see, this is why I would want a weakness exploit talisman, is because I would lose my weakness exploit switching over to this. Like, the crit eye is like the same, but lose my weakness exploit. This, oh my god, Constitution 5. This would be so sweet for bow. Maybe I do that. Oh yeah. Bow gun reloading, bow coding loading speed. It's like nothing, but whatever. Loads bow coding automatically. This wouldn't matter for a bow. If we got an ice bow, this would be sweet. I don't have to farm this up. Maybe I do that, but it's also, I don't know. Well, it is like, I like the set, but we're wearing the Mizu stuff anyway. Doesn't matter. Maybe I farm that up off stream. I guess it depends. Like, we'll see, because like, if we get if we're gonna do this quest, if we unlock something cool afterwards, then why farm that up when we got the cooler thing? No, I'll go with Greatsword. I like this Bisha 10. Do I want Greatsword or do I want Bow? He does move. And he's kind of small, but I don't know. I kind of wasn't expecting it to let me do a join request thing, because have to bring Fiorrain. Like I was like, this probably the point of these quests is to be like how 14 has. Oh. Wait, he's not blood orange, or maybe he is, and this is like a regular one. Oh yeah. Hmm. Pine cones? Hmm. Oh. Oh, I thought they were gonna explode. Oh, they are. Well, that's kind of cool. Oh. Fiorrain fainting will not count toward failing the quest. Good. Will accompany you when playing solo or multiplayer. Okay. Maybe, okay, so probably only one shows up. So like if I join requests, people don't bring their own Fiorrain in. Also, at least I get to keep my Palico too. Oh, I should be, well, I guess doing this will give me one of the quests of like bringing your Palico for 3 master rank quests. Like whichever, I think I have like the support or the gatherer type. I wonder if she'll always, like, if she'll follow me. So like if I leave, like if I'm fighting the monster and then I run away, if she'll like run away with me. Also, if she'll just like fight stuff at random. Like if this guy gets mad, will she like jump on him? Whatever. But I was saying, her being here felt like, oh, it's like if people don't have online, don't have internet, or don't have people to play with. Like they either don't have internet, they don't have internet, and they don't have like local people to play with. I should drink mine. Demon drugs, skin things, armor skin. Anyway, like I was gonna say, I feel like a trust character, like for 14, where it's like, oh, you don't want to play with random people online? Well, here's NPCs to join you. This guy's kind of cool. Like, kind of like way cooler than regular Bisha 10. Alright, that kind of sucked. Hurry up and hit each other. Oh, we got slapped out of the sky. Oh, come on. Alright. Bully him. She's talking, I don't know. I read that type, but that was only because I was waiting for this animation. But I know she said other stuff. I haven't been able to. Can't believe I rolled up. Follow it, because like, I don't know, stuff's happening. Alright, this is not good. I was gonna like commit to the combo, but it's killing me. But I didn't pick up my spear birds. Dude, okay, I don't understand. How is he comboing those like that? Like they're exploding at angles that I'm just like, wait, what? How did that come back that way? Right in the face. Oh, I forgot to like, I've been, so I haven't been, like I've been exporting my VODs over to YouTube, but I haven't been publishing them because, I'm waiting for, like I've been trying to like get a good screenshot, like a good kill screen to use as the thumbnail, but, none of them like turn out good enough, and like, I meant to, get the one from that last quest, or no, the quest before that, I don't know. The last time I killed a monster, because it was like a pretty sweet hit. Come on. Also, I should be using my wire bus here with fire, because I know you can do that. But yeah, I don't know. Like, part of what's hard about getting the kill screens is I don't always kill. A lot of times I'm just, come on. Capturing. Dude, the annoying thing about this is like getting hit by that, I have to then waste time getting the fire off of me. Jeez. Oh, nice. Okay, what is... That dog was pushing me somehow. Like, I slid so far from where I had started that. Dude. Alright, she healed me, but, that was annoying, because I would have committed to the, okay, he just went right over it. I would have committed to the true charge if I wasn't on fire. I'm just trying to, like, get him to walk into this trap so I can hit him. He's gonna run. Please just walk this way. I wonder how strong she is, like how long. Okay. If I let her do all the work, would she do it quickly? I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense. Let me see. If I joined in, went to the monster, and let her fight the monster by herself, how long would it take? Have I? Okay. I don't think I rode. Maybe I did ride the Bishaten. If not, I should have ram throwed him instead. I didn't mean to do that, but that worked. I was trying to tackle it. I didn't charge it, but somehow it let go early. Nice. That was not her. Maybe it was her. Maybe it was the dog? I don't know. How does he do that? What? She's very good at keeping me alive if I need the help. What? Wait, where did that come from? What? Dude, these explosions like don't make sense. It's annoying. I like the concept, but some of these explosions like are coming backwards in a way that's like. Okay. It sucks because I can't like. I want to like hold and tackle through attacks, but I can't because if I get hit, then I have to. If I get hit, I get burned. So these things, okay, I would say those, I feel like those when they explode, there's something he does where he like throws bombs and they explode behind me, but then the explosion comes back towards me. Finally, I was like, I want to break this other arm. Why is she purple? What's happening? Nice try. Dude, I love wire bugging through stuff. I wonder if that's like a counter, like right there, how he did that. Nice. Stop it. Okay. Wait, where's the trap? It's gonna be impossible. Oh, I rolled into that. He's sniping. Oh god. I don't know if this trap counts though. It does. Good. So I say, because I feel like I've had like either my Palico, I think my Palico put down a trap and then I tried to trink and it didn't work. But maybe she put that trap down? I don't know. Anyway, that subspecies is kind of cool, but the bomb exploding, I still don't really understand it. Like, it seems kind of straightforward, but like I've said, some of those explosions like happen behind me and come back towards me. Seasoned jockey, long distance binoculars. I don't know what these binoculars, I'm sure the jockey is for riding however many animals, but I don't know what the binoculars would be. Kingdom's Three Lords. The Fierce. Okay. Cool. This guy sucks. Capture a blood orange Bishaten for a circus. No. I mean, I'll do it, but... Eureka corn. Excuse me. Oh, finally. How does this work? Increase skill. Oh, skill memory. Yeah, I see it at the top. Ah. Wait, he gave me 2, but I guess I got one somewhere. Cause I have 3. I don't know what I would even get. So it's like, I'm like, okay, I would increase, but for what? Sweet. I was gonna say, now I have to go find the buddy board and equip. Who is the Sun Princess? bring them back so I can put them on master rank. I'll say it, look on me, please. So I have, wait, what? Oh, I had to pick buddies. wait, why can't I do that? Okay. Then once we get 3 more of those Eureka corns, I'll unlock my Palico skills and then fill him out because he still has like 1 slot, but who cares? A monk snail. I don't know if I've seen one of those.
Oh, nice.
Mighty corn popper. Nice. Well, okay. I say nice, but we'll see. Evade window, evade extender. More elements. Orangutan. Where's the I don't think I fought a regular one yet. I was gonna say, dude, where's the Bishitan? Okay, yeah, it's just kind of a different color. Slightly different, like, oh, these wings. Alright, it's pretty different. Like, it's not just a reskin. I like the boots on this. Comes with handicraft. Where's that at? Cool. Okay. Wait, what am I? 34, okay. What is purple thing? Oh, followers? Okay. Alright, what do we got? I'm definitely gonna call it, but I want to look at these quests just to see what I want to like farm up and stuff like that. Plan out things and then come back tomorrow and like progress more. Wait. Okay. Wait. Hold on. What are these support surveys? I was thinking in my head, that's the things that you can like send your. Not your mercenaries. What are these? Is it the mercenaries? Buddy Scout. Buddy Scout, not support survey. Okay. No, wait, no, not Buddy Scout. Buddy Scout is... Hold on. Buddy Recon. So then, wait, yeah. I gotta do all these. Wait, I thought I, Oh, those other two quests, I didn't have my palico because it brought my dog instead. Follow collaboration quests or solo quests, which follower requests your assistance particular requests. Completing followers' requests will bring you and the followers closer together. Complete all the followers' quests and they will offer their aid on support surveys. But what is a support survey just another quest that they'll show up on? Okay. So I know, yeah, I know we got Rathian. I'll probably farm up that set because I like that set a lot. Oh, this is all we have. Yeah, definitely Rathian. And what do I have to do too? This is okay. So they're giving me less, I guess, quests, but also I only have to do. I don't have to do as many to go up. It's pretty easy. I'll probably do this one and then farm it a bunch to get her full set tomorrow, and then maybe this Kizu quest or the Somnicanth quest. So like finish it out tomorrow, like on stream, and then do the next urgent quest. I'll probably knock this out too. And the other one, this one, I'll probably hit more of these because like, yeah, I've only done this first page, I guess. I thought I did more of them. Oh no, I did some of these one of these rampages. I think I was trying to do another one, but I couldn't get in. Like I was trying to like join someone's, because I was like I started this one, and then I think I wanted to do, which one was it? Maybe this one. And I was trying to join someone's, but nobody was doing it. Whatever. Anyway. That's it. Another shorter stream, but I don't know. I was pretty, dude, when I drove Akira today, like, well, okay, I took him this morning. We left at like 4:30-ish, like a little after 4:30. Took an hour and a half to get there, and then an hour and a half back. And like, by the time I was like dropping him off, I was like, dude, I'm so like the last 15 minutes of the drive, I was just like, I just want to sleep so bad. Like I wasn't even like I wasn't falling asleep, but I was just like starting to get like impatient, like annoyed, like man, like like the time, like I was starting to realize like, oh, I'm gonna drop him off, and then like it's still like 15 minutes to get him there, and then I have to drive an hour and a half back before I can go to sleep. And I was just like getting annoyed. Not that I was like regretting doing it, but I was just like, why can't all the cars be out of my way and I can just fly all the way there, like just speed. But once I dropped him off and like drove back, like started driving back, the like it was easier to drive back, like less traffic, like less cars. It still took an hour and a half, like an hour and 20 minutes or whatever, but less people around, so it wasn't as like stressful. But yeah, I don't know, it still just took a while. And then I had to pee, like, I don't know, like 20 minutes in on the way back. I was just like, all right, I gotta pee real bad. Not real bad yet, but as I like kept going, I was like, like I should pull over and go somewhere, but I can hold it till I get home. It's just like gonna get worse and worse. And then like, I don't know, like the last 10 minutes of the drive, I was just like, dude, I need to pee so bad. And then I got out and peed, and like I got out, got inside, peed, and was just like, man, I should stop doing that. Like holding my pee till like, I don't know, it hurts. Cause like I was thinking about, well, okay, I don't do this normally, but like a few nights of the last week, I've woken up having to pee extremely bad in a way that I was like, dude, what the heck? I like never hold it. Like I go pee if I have to pee. Like that's it. Like if I wake up and I'm like, man, I gotta pee, I get up and go pee, because it's like I would rather, like I've talked about it before, but I would rather wake up, get up, go to the bathroom, then go back to sleep than just go back to sleep and wake up having to pee even worse later. Because like I'm not gonna get comfortable sleep because I have to pee, and I'm gonna wake up again having to pee. So it's like I might as well just get up the first time. But like a few nights of the last week, I've woken up, and like every time I'm like, dude, I have to pee so bad. I'm like, did I like? I feel like I should have woken up before it got to this point in a way that like I'm like, I don't know, have I been waking up having to pee and just going back to sleep and just not remembering? Because if I'm starting to like, if sleepy version of me is like, I'm just gonna go back to sleep, that's annoying, because like then the awake version of me has to suffer later, like I gotta pee so bad. Anyway, enough about my pee habits. That's it. I'll be back tomorrow. Should we be able to stream all the way through Friday? I won't be able to stream Friday night, I think, because that's where we're gonna move our stuff. That's where we're gonna move like the smaller stuff over to the other house, so like the PCs, and I know I'm gonna move their desks. My desk doesn't fit in my car. I mean, it can, but it's like very dangerous because it's like from the back seat to the front seat in a way, and like sitting over like all my, I don't know, like it's crowding me, and like it sits over the like gear shift, whatever, transmission, what's the official name of that? Shift lever, gear shift, shifter, transmission lever, whatever. Anyway, it like sits, I've only moved my desk like a couple times in my car, and like every time it's like it sits like here's the like the lever, and it sits like right there. So like if there was something where I needed to like reach that, I would not be able to just like put my hand there. I'd have to like wiggle, like come under, and like rub, my hand would be like rubbing my desk, like it's like, and it's like I don't know, it's just like not safe. Not what I should do, but I think it can fit in my mom's car. But yeah, we're gonna move stuff over, start moving stuff over on Friday, and the internet is getting moved over, I think on Friday, on the 30th. No, so that's Saturday. But I won't have my PC. I mean, it'll be at the other house, But we won't have internet. That's yeah, whatever. I was like, I've thought about this before. Now that I'm talking through it, it's like, wait, I might be able to stream, but it's like, no. I already went over this before. Like we'll have internet here on the 29th, but not there, and that's when we're moving all this stuff over. Well, not all the stuff, all the small stuff, the stuff that we can carry in our cars, and then we have movers for Saturday to move all the big, annoying, heavy stuff. Because my mom was like, I'm not moving again. I'm not doing it. I'm getting movers. I was talking about how she was like lawyering, like her way out of the lease and stuff like that. She was also talking about like trying to get compensated by the property management for having to move again. Like, all right, you guys, like we spent money moving to here, and you wasted our time, and now we're moving away, and we're spending more money to move away. So she's like trying to like get something out of them. But we'll see how that goes. But anyway, I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow, I guess it's barely past midnight. Well, I guess it's 45 minutes past midnight, but still. I'll be back tomorrow. With more of this, and then I'll be back Thursday. I'm trying, like, I don't know, I've missed like what, 5 days in the last week. And that sucks, because like I was saying before, it's like easy once I start missing days. It's easy to just like keep missing days, especially when I miss a bunch of days in a row, or like pretty close together. Like I was saying, 5 days in a week, that's a lot. So I'm going to like 5 days in a week, and then I'm gonna miss another day, maybe 2, depending on how, because like the 30th Saturday is when so I'm gonna miss Friday for sure. Saturday, I should be able to stream, like I was saying. Like, she's getting movers, so we won't have to do that much, so I shouldn't be too tired. But I don't know, as long as everything goes smoothly, I should be streaming. I should be back on Saturday, after Thursday, because I'll be here tomorrow and Thursday, just not Friday. But whatever. Anyway, it's taking forever to just stop streaming. That's it. I'm gonna play more of this. Like, I don't know. Like I've been doing every other day, almost every other day. It's just like, stopping at a point before, like, playing off stream, grinding whatever I want off stream, and then coming back and like having only one quest to do before it goes into the next urgent quest, and then like the next like story stuff, and then hopefully, I don't know, it's just that, tonight I just kind of like that Tetranodon kind of like sucked the energy out of me, and like the I don't know, enjoyment. Like that Bishaten, that blood orange Bishaten was kind of cool, but also was like, I was just like, alright, what, like, how does this work? Like, how do I keep getting hit by these bombs when I'm like dodging through them, and now they're coming, the explosion comes back? Like, I don't, like, that was getting kind of annoying. But I still like the fight for the most part. And it's a cool style. Like, I might farm it up to get its armor, because it's like, I like this, I like the set, but I like the boots a lot. But anyway, whatever. That's it. Let me hurry up and stop before I talk about something else. Yeah, that's it. Enjoy the rest of your day or night. I'll be back. Goodbye.